Good evening and welcome. Please take a seat. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of March 5th, 2024 is now called to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Arista?
Here.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Here.
Mayor Badami?
Here. At this time, I'm going to call Fiona Rose up to the dais. If you could come up here and stand with me. Fiona is a fourth grader at Dave's Avenue School. Her favorite subject is art. She loves Taylor Swift. I'm a Swiftie too, I must confess. She knows the words to almost all of her songs, and she's learning piano and ukulele and is starting soccer this year. She's very caring and often helps her fellow classmates. So everyone, please stand and join us as she leads us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good job, Fiona. We'll have you walk around to each council member and shake a hand. Okay, how about we give one more round of applause for Fiona? Our next item is the consent items, and any item appearing on the consent is typically routine town business and may be approved by one motion. Any member of the council may also pull an item for comment and action, and I will look to see if any of my council members wish to pull the item. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to pull item 3, please, based on the desk item that we received with comments about the policy.
Okay, item 3 will be heard after item 14. Any further comments or from council members? Any member of the public can comment on a consent item. And at this time, I don't have any speaker cards. Anybody on Zoom wishing to comment?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I will close public comment. Sir? Is it on a verbal communication where it's an item that's not on the agenda? Okay, we'll hold off. Thank you. All right, I am going to look to my fellow council members for any further comments. Motion, Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out item 8 had some comments or recommendations from the policy committee with the vice mayor and myself, and I'm assuming council members read that, and hopefully that'll lead to smoother, more efficient interviews. So with that, I'd like to move to approve consent items 1 through 8.
Do I have a...
-3, I'm sorry. So items 1, 2, and 4 through 8.
Do I have a second, Vice Mayor?
Second.
I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Our next item is verbal communications. And this is where members of the public can speak on any item that is not listed on the agenda. And I have one speaker card for Ryan Freeberger. Ryan, please come on up to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Since I can remember, almost every Saturday since I've lived here involved traffic. Car after car heading southbound to Santa Cruz, bumper to bumper, barely moving at all. These issues have caused many issues, such as my parents refusing to drive me due to the inconvenience of returning home. For this reason, I believe that Los Gatos needs a VTA light rail station to connect it with the rest of the Bay Area so we can make transportation more convenient and affordable. While I cannot speak for long, This town needs a light rail station for a few reasons. First of all, it can connect Los Gatos with the rest of the Bay Area without the need for cars. This is an important thing to realize because some people may not be able to afford cars, and the price between bus and train tickets may become too high. Also, a light rail station will also bring in people from other parts of the Bay Area more easily, which would lead to a rise in the town's economy. The nearest light rail station is only 4 miles away from the center of Los Gatos as well. While I'm running out of time and I can no longer explain to you the benefits of a light rail station, I hope you at least consider the possibility of one in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any hands on Zoom for verbal comments?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Right, would any member of the public wish to come forward with a speaker card and speak to us on any item that is not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, I am going to close verbal communications and move to other business, which our first item is number 9, which is to discuss and provide direction on the housing element. Ms. Schupman, welcome. It's been moved.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The primary purpose of the agenda item is for the town council to discuss and provide direction to staff on the draft revised housing element. Since the last meeting with the town council on February 20th, staff has had the opportunity with the town's housing element consultant and outside legal counsel to review the second and formal preliminary review matrix that was provided to the town shortly before the February 20th council meeting. Attachment 19 contains a copy of this matrix with an added column indicating how each comment has been addressed and where the draft revision occurred within the document, also reflected in Attachment 20. There have been 2 addendum reports and 2 desk item reports since the publishing of this staff report in response to communications from the Vice Mayor, an update on the outcome of a meeting with HCD, additional feedback provided by the town's HCD reviewer, and a timeline of the housing element update efforts since December 1st of last year. On March 1st, town staff and the housing element consultant met with the town's HCD reviewer for a live editing meeting where staff was able to share the town's draft approach in addressing the comments from HCD's second informal matrix. During this March 1st meeting, staff received feedback from the HCD reviewer that the revisions as provided in Attachment 20 seem to address the remaining comments, with the exceptions of programs J and AY. As described in the Addendum B report, staff provided justification for the proposed language in these programs, and in response, the HCD reviewer requested that staff provide additional analysis to support them. Following this meeting in the afternoon of March 1st, the additional analysis was provided to the HCD reviewer to be shared with his supervisor for discussion and feedback. On March 4th, town staff and the housing element consultant received feedback from the HCD reviewer, as provided in Attachment 25 of your desk item, that the proposed language in programs J and AY were generally okay. They did have an added suggestion that the quantified objective for program J includes specifying the number of affordable units that would be achieved through the implementation of the program. As described in the desk item, staff has recommended language for inclusion in this program for the council's consideration. This concludes staff's presentation. However, we are available for questions, along with the town's housing element consultant and outside legal counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Schupman. I look to my council members to see if they have any questions. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. That's very helpful, and thank you for all the communications with HCD and all of that. It's great. So a couple of questions about that. The language, the original suggested language from HCD said that we should have a goal of 100% of the, I'm talking about the Program J issue, 100% of the units being in high median income areas. Do we have a definition of what that means?
Thank you for that question. I'll take a start, and the housing element consultant may want to jump in. In terms of high median income areas, the entire town is considered a high median income area. And so really, when we got that comment from the state, it's really hard to pinpoint those areas. So a lot of these programs where they are related to affirmatively furthering fair housing, spreading that housing across the town, we're really trying to use those programs to do that equally and not in targeted necessarily areas of the town.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. And then, so related to that, so when I look at the map that staff created, which is super helpful to me, that helps contextualize what we're talking about with this Program J issue, to me, it looks like there could be an argument for an AFFH concern, in that not a single of the units is in the downtown, which is, you know, generally the most affluent area, and most of the units are in the north and eastern parts of Los Gatos, which are generally the lowest income areas. Does staff or the legal consultant see any AFFH concerns, affirmatively furthering fair housing concerns? Because generally okay doesn't sound like a full thumbs up necessarily.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then another staff member can jump in if they'd like. The map was created based on the language that was directed by council at the last meeting and resulted in the map that you're seeing in the addendum B. When we shared that with HCD, we explained the justification, went through how these exclusions came about and what this would look like in terms of the number of parcels in town that would qualify. Based on this map and that analysis, that was the response we got from HCD, that it would be generally okay. We do know that we still need to do a formal submittal to HCD. We still need to complete the 7-day public review comment period. And so there is still opportunity to receive additional feedback from HCD, but I'm not sure if our housing element consultant may want to add to this in terms of her experience with this feedback.
Yes, I think this is fine. I think initially without the maps and the analysis, HCD certainly voiced concern. But after we've provided the geographic analysis based on the different criteria, they see that there are opportunities in different parts of the town, and so they're okay with it. I think based on what they're talking about, or based on this response, we should be able to proceed.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Our first speaker card is Jeff Suzuki. Welcome, Jeff.
Hello. Good evening. I am a Complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, and obviously I will not be speaking in that capacity. I'll be speaking tonight as a private citizen. I have said it, and I will say it again. Los Gatos is one of the most racially and socioeconomically segregated neighborhoods in the Bay Area. And it was not this way by accident. It didn't just fall out of the sky and here you are. It took generations of people who sit in your seats, proactively enforcing the state of affairs, spending time battling against perfectly reasonable, affordable housing development or plans that would expand it. This is not something that you could just hope away. There is a massive backlog of damage to undo and many wrongs to right. The buck stops here, and it is in your hands to make the right call. The council voted to uphold diversity, equity, and inclusion multiple times as core values. And as far as I'm concerned, these words are empty until this community becomes truly affordable. With its prohibition on multifamily housing in most of Los Gatos from the previous plan, this object becomes much more difficult. Do you want DEI without DEI? My organization, the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, has provided thousands of dollars in rental assistance to struggling families here. Poverty that many people in this community refuse to believe exists. And as proud as I am, the work that we're doing right now is a bandage on a bullet wound. We need a real, sustainable solution. More housing. Affordable housing. Let's go back to the original plan. It's not too late to make the right call here. Do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suzuki. Next speaker is Sylvie Heret.
As the mother of 2 adult children, I witness how difficult it is for them to afford housing near their workplace. We need more affordable housing to allow our teachers, firefighters, and people working in and for our community to live in our community too. Small multi-family units, such as duplexes and fourplexes, provide more affordable solutions and increase the number, variety, and size of housing units without changing the character of our town. The Town Council should not delay any longer the vote to resubmit the housing element for certification tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Carla Albright. Hello.
So I'm Carla Albright and a long-term resident of Los Gatos. I love this town, and I also want to see it grow, as in size and affordability. So I am here to ask you to figure out a way to get a housing plan that can clearly and easily be passed by the state. And I'm asking that that be submitted tomorrow. I am often a lazy citizen. I want to let other people do the work, and I'm just going to trust that you all will make your decisions well-researched and end up with the good decisions. But that's not what I see happening here now. So I want to say I apologize for starting to get involved now, but it shocks me that our town has not created a plan that meets the state standards. It is arrogant to think that we are special and that rules don't apply to us. It is ludicrous to think that we can successfully sue the state so that we don't have to play by the rules. And it is poor governance that we have even one builder's remedy allowed. And it's appalling that we have actually a dozen or more. With each builder's remedy, we lose control. You might have looked at that spot and said, oh, I can get 40 housing units there. And then that builder comes in and he can build 4 McMansions. And then now you have less land to develop and make decisions with, and the same number of units that you need to fill. So the time for surveys and discussion and trying to evade our civic and legal responsibility is long past. I respectfully ask that you make a decision tonight and submit your plan tomorrow. One that is not questionable, one that will get accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christine Casten.
Good evening. I am currently engaged in a program called the Below Market Residence Program. You might hear of it or know of it. I would imagine you do, because it's a part of Los Gatos and has been for 30 plus years. And every day I am so grateful that Los Gatos became involved in this below market purchasing and below market rental properties that exist to this day. And it affords me to have a lifestyle. It affords me to be part of this town that I've lived here almost 40 years. And I was always a renter. I became engaged in the program when it was under the Housing Authority. And I would go to open houses. I would write letters. I mean, I was just engaged and I had a goal that I wanted to one day own something as an individual and as a senior woman, and you gave me that. And I bought it from the town. I bought my unit from the town 9 years ago. I mean, I can't tell you how grateful I am that I'm in this program. So in adding more affordable housing, you are going to bring joy and substance to life by providing housing for all who can qualify for that housing. And I would imagine most of those people are going to be working folk like me, or you're in a category, because you categorize things from a low income to a moderate income. And we're working folk, and we are able to substantially add something to this town as a citizen. So I really encourage you to reach into your hearts and souls and look at this as an opportunity for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ann Ramos.
Everyone's so tall. Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I am Emily Ann Ramos on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home, or SV at Home, which is a nonprofit organization that works with a broad coalition of strategic partners to address the urgent needs of Santa Clara County's diverse residents all across our communities. So we sent in a letter, but it got sent in pretty late, so we're just reading the highlights into the record here. So the 6th cycle housing element update process is a unique opportunity to fully assess the housing needs in Los Gatos and identify new tools to address these needs and constraints on developing housing. This process is also an opportunity to engage deliberately with the full community, especially those who are represented from populations that have been historically excluded and are at risk of displacement, to share their housing needs. So we are concerned with the town's February 6, 2024 revisions to the housing element programs intended to promote housing mobility and increase housing choices and affordability throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods by broadly expanding zoning that allows small multifamily housing. That's a really big mouthful. And as you're aware, so the February 6 revisions would dramatically restrict the parcels where small multifamily housing is permissible, shifting from the strategy of broad expansion to one of limiting small multifamily homes to a few small areas in town, primarily in areas where multifamily housing already exists. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, noted in their informal advice to the town on February 20th that the town has not taken adequate action to affirmatively further fair housing. In order to prevent further delays in achieving a housing element that could be certified as compliant with state law, SV at Home encourages the town of Los Gatos to reinstate the previous language for this program as recommended by HCD, as well as implementing the additional direction provided by HCD on February 20th, 2024. Now, SV at Home values its partnership with the town of Los Gatos, and it is in this spirit that we provide our feedback on the town's housing element. We welcome the opportunity to engage ongoing dialogue with the shared goal of addressing the town's urgent housing needs by boosting production of all homes at all income levels, preserving existing affordable homes, and protecting families in them. Thank you so much for your time, and let's get this housing element passed.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Next speaker is Miles Tasev.
Hi, thank you for your time.
Welcome.
I'd just like to say that I'm a little bit worried that complicating the housing element at this late stage might put us at risk of, again, being denied and then losing our autonomy in building. And I have to say, as someone from a low-income background, I'm somewhat insulted that we're basically being pushed to the edges of the town instead of being allowed to be closer to the areas where everything important happens, schools, shopping, stuff like that. So I would strongly urge the town council to reconsider and hopefully reverse the decision to prohibit building multi-family housing across the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Perry.
Hi. Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to support, to voice my support for submitting a compliant housing element without further delay. By compliant, I specifically mean a housing element that includes small multi-unit housing throughout all neighborhoods of Los Gatos. More broadly, I'm here to show my support for affordable housing and creating a welcoming, culturally diverse community in Los Gatos. I moved here a year and a half ago, and I love being able to walk to work while looking at the beautiful Santa Cruz Mountains. I'm in my early 30s, and at some point in the near future, I may decide to have a family. However, I don't find it affordable to live here long term, let alone buy a home here. Our current and future workforce, teachers, nurses, skilled service workers, and tradespeople, are being priced out of the housing and rental market to our detriment. Building affordable, multi-family units will drive economic growth and create a more vibrant, diverse community and give more Bay Area residents access to the opportunities available in Los Gatos. Please do your duty as city representatives to ensure that our community is inclusive and economically sustainable by submitting the housing element with plans for multi-family housing units throughout Los Gatos tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Gordon Yamad. Welcome, Mr. Yamad.
Thank you. Thank you. Although I am chair of the DEI Commission, I am here this evening in my own personal capacity, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission, and these are my own personal thoughts. I do know that the town council has been struggling with the issue of increased housing density, and I know it's a struggle, but it's also very confusing at times. When I got took a look at the desk items for this evening, I really was puzzled by whether or not the state had given the green light on Program J and Program AY with respect to the action that was taken at the last couple of council meetings. That's when the council approved a sweeping carve-out of the state's preferred language that Los Gatos consider small multi-unit housing throughout the town. The carve-out itself is so broad that it effectively guts consideration of increased density in the vast majority of the lots within the town limits, and in my mind is at odds with the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. We all agree that there is a need for increased affordable housing. So is it fair or is it responsible for the town to force other municipalities to shoulder the burden in solving the housing shortage? Or for that matter, is it fair to kind of say that it's okay to keep the affordable housing in sort of the mediocre parts of Los Gatos, but we certainly don't want it in the nicer areas? All the literature that I've been able to uncover proposing solutions to the segregated community problem is to increase affordable housing. And, I'll admit there's no guarantee that increased housing availability alone will make our town more diverse. If we zone out higher density housing in the vast majority of the town, I'm certain that we are blocking any opportunity to effectively address the problem. The broad carve-out provision, while not overtly referencing racial or ethnic restrictions or other distasteful and unlawful historic practices, it still creates a systemic and structural barrier to housing growth that perpetuates the problem that we're dealing with. Keeping the state's preferred language demonstrates that Los Gatos is open to finding solutions to the housing shortage and addressing historical inequities. More importantly, I think it gives the town a great deal of flexibility on addressing the housing question. It doesn't mandate small multi-unit housing everywhere, but it allows it to be considered where it makes sense. Even as Council Member Ristow has previously pointed out, there are already small multi-unit residences in the historic district
Thank you, Mr. Yamad.
hillside areas.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ali Miano.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for taking my comment. Although I currently chair the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, I speak to you tonight as a private citizen and a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. And I'm here to advocate for affordable housing in Los Gatos. I'm here to ask the council to approve a 2040 housing element ASAP and to help us do our part to address California's severe affordable housing shortage. Please do this by encouraging multi-unit dwellings throughout Los Gatos. I grew up in an area of the town built largely in the 60s, and there just about every street looked like a sea of garages with a big house either behind or on top of the garage. I never much cared for that look, so when I grew up, the first chance we got, my late husband and I looked for the tiniest, most affordable fixer-upper of a bungalow in downtown. It was barely in our price range. Today, many such opportunities are gone. Small, charming homes have been snatched up and turned into unaffordable McMansions. So I'm here to ask the council to envision another kind of building. In the downtown area, interspersed with mega homes, there are still some cottages and bungalows, and yes, multi-unit Victorians and apartment buildings. Somehow, thanks to good planning and foresight, what sounds like a mishmash is actually a pretty attractive neighborhood. I wish more of Los Gatos were like that. What if all neighborhoods plan to incorporate multifamily dwellings that fit in aesthetically in those neighborhoods? We could make homes more affordable. Our kids wouldn't have to move away if they didn't want to. Fewer folks would lose their homes. And more people from different backgrounds could move in. In addition, maybe folks in those other neighborhoods might actually get to know people from a mix of socioeconomic classes, races, ethnicities, and find out that, you know what, the other half is really not so bad. So we need to remember that the benefits of community that work for everyone get shared with everyone. When there's housing, education, employment, healthcare, and transportation for all, that uplifts the entire community. So rather than try to supposedly preserve an exclusive Los Gatos that never actually existed in the first place, let's try to emulate our downtown roots and extend them both within downtown and outward. Let's make this a town that works for everyone, from the richest tech mogul to the currently unhoused vet. Let's think outside the box and think multi-unit affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Capone Javi.
I guess I'll do this. I need some help here. Thanks. Perfect, thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Maureen Capon Javi, and the theme of my message is, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. I've been keeping one eye and one ear open on the housing element plan discussions and related decisions since the process began. And up to this point, I've been more or less supportive of the town's thoughtful deliberations. But today here, I'm not supporting the majority opinion that seeks to block multi-unit affordable housing in our town. Why? Firstly, the discussions and the deliberations, in my opinion, seem to represent council members' personal viewpoints on the key parts of the housing element. It seems like we've backed ourselves into a corner by trying to reach an all-or-nothing decision on building multi-use homes. The result has been opening the builder's remedy as a solution, which is the worst option, and no one wants that. We also continue to send late, subpar compliance proposals to the state, and that only serves to waste everyone's time and takes us all a few steps back each time. I'm asking council to do what needs to be done to wrap this up and send the state the plan they've patiently, and we all have been patiently waiting for. You know, I live in this town, I'm your neighbor, and I'm your constituent. And if somebody approached me today with a well-considered plan to build new, affordable housing for prideful residents of all stripes, well, that's a win all around. I learned, as we all do, from experiences and interactions with lots of different folks. I don't feel threatened, I feel fortunate. And with all due respect, I'm not expecting you to vet my neighbors or potential neighbors. Don't tie yourselves into knots over perceived negative outcomes from new and improved home building remedies. You'll undo all of your good work here, land yourselves in a corner you can't get out of, and you'll fail to learn the important lesson that perfect is the enemy of the good. And finally, houses will be built because they need to be. It's just that simple. The town will grow, new folks with different strokes will live here, and we'll all be the better for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Cannon.
Mr. Hughes, thank you very much for your vision, your persistence, and your detailed explanation of why you listed each of the exclusion zones that were in the last proposal. It was encouraging to see in the desk item that was released today that the state agreed with your reasoning. And until I read your reasoning, I didn't understand some of those exclusions that you'd listed. So that's why it was so vitally important. Anyway, the proposal allows for growth which exceeds the RENA requirements, and it allows for the 151 extra units to be built. And I believe that the state will approve the next submittal, which is an outcome that all of us in this room will celebrate. So thanks to all of you on the town council and the staff who've worked so hard to complete that objective.
Thank you. Next speaker, Chris Wiley.
Good evening. I'm Chris Wiley. Doesn't matter. I've heard what you guys were saying about there's not enough diverse. I think they need to come down University Avenue where I live. The apartments by me are very diverse. The other piece that I've asked for from the town for years is that the county has been giving what was called in the old days Section 8. I have a whole bunch near me, both in houses and in apartments. We still need to know from the state to get a full understanding of what we do have in low-cost housing available for people, whether it be rentals or contribute of money from the county. We've never gotten a number, and I've asked for that 3-4 years now, saying how many apartments, how many dwellings are people getting assistance from the county. For example, I have neighbors, they're given X number of dollars from the county to live in the apartments near me. They then add more money to that so they can afford to live in Los Gatos. And not all the landlords are asking for top dollars. Many are older apartments that have been paid for by them, and it's just keeping them up and keeping them going. But we don't have a true number. We really do not. And I've asked for it over and over again of what the county contributes to the rentals around here. And then we can say we're not getting the right numbers. We don't know what the numbers are. So I'm not sure how we do that, but we are missing a number. There are lots of rentals by me, dozens of apartments with people from other countries who recently have come in and have been here for many years that get that assistance from the county. And I think the town should find out what it is so they have true numbers. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any hands on Zoom that wish to speak?
There are 2 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
The first one is Autumn.
Welcome.
You hear me? Oh, sorry about that. I hope you can hear me. This is the first time I'm doing this. Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Autumn Albers, and oh, sorry, tech problems. Good evening, everyone. My name is Autumn Albers, and I have been living in Los Gatos for 8 years. I apologize that I can't be there in person tonight. I'm putting my 2 little kiddos to bed at this hour, but from my home, I'd like to voice my support for a local housing element that includes small and affordable multi-unit housing in a variety of Los Gatos neighborhoods, echoing what many others have said tonight, just not a few neighborhoods, but a variety of Los Gatos neighborhoods. And I'd like to share a few reasons why, again, which echo a lot of what folks have already shared tonight. First and foremost, it's really important to me that this town that I've come to love so dearly is willing to make space for communities that have been historically excluded from calling places like Los Gatos their home. As many of you know, the San Francisco Bay Area has experienced decades of policies and practices that have made it harder for people of color to choose where they live, to own homes, and to build wealth across generations. And while I know we've come a long way in trying to make society a more welcoming and fair place for people of all backgrounds, the impact of this history is still being felt. And so to me, building affordable housing is not so much a choice, but really a critical step to righting this historical wrong. And I want myself and my children to be really proud of this town as one that takes initiative to do the right thing. A second reason is that I believe that affordable housing will benefit us all, not only people who are coming to our town, new neighbors who might be moving in to new units, but also those of us who feel happy and safe and stable in our current homes. I know my kids will flourish if they grow up in a town that is welcoming and inclusive, and I know I will too. And I'll be honest, I'm someone who is terrified of change. I hate change, and I totally empathize with concerns folks have about how this all will roll out, but I do feel confident that this change is one that will make our community better. Finally, as many folks have also said, I feel that it's urgent for the housing element to be approved by the state so that our precious time and resources of our council members, staff, all the folks who've been working so hard on this can be channeled into actually implementing this plan in a way that works best for Los Gatos, that is thoughtful to all the considerations that our residents have brought forward. And so with all that, I would like to urge the council to move forward with the housing element that again includes small, affordable, multi-unit housing in various Los Gatos neighborhoods and send to the state for certification tonight or as soon as is possible. Thank you so much and best of luck with the next steps.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kinsey?
Hello?
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kinsey Lee, and I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition to advocate for our existing housing element. In short, I support the HCD's suggestion to permit affordable housing throughout Los Gatos. I want the people that wish to participate in our community, already serve in our community in some cases, to feel welcome. I want my favorite English teacher at Fisher to be able to afford housing that doesn't require trekking down 17 every morning. It feels disingenuous to tell her and people like her, we love that you're here, but please don't look for places near downtown. Why would we choose to restrict community members and all but physical residents from certain areas of their own home? I know all of you and the rest of the town have put a lot of effort into this housing element, and we're so close I don't want to look back and feel that we chose progress at half measures. I want our housing element to show every person who wants to be a part of Los Gatos that they are wanted back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
All right, I see a speaker card. Please come forward.
Good evening. I'd like for everyone to remember that nobody in Los Gatos and Saratoga, or at least the people who Tyler Taylor surveyed for his article on diversity, equity, and inclusion, the majority of people in Los Gatos and Saratoga said no. And for those who have been educated in good schools, like maybe Saratoga High, like where I went, most people know that diversity, equity, inclusion, DIE for death, means a racist ideology. I see nothing good about DIE, whatever, because it's totally based on race, as Drew Penner intelligently wrote about. So I'm trying to figure out my hometown where I've lived most of my life, at least. Somehow we're now going to be a racist, homosexually promoting town. So this town's now about sex and race. And that's more important than working hard, getting a good education. By the way, Los Gatos gets a B and a C in English and math. I don't know why we pay such high prices for our town. But I am concerned that this town is becoming a racist town.
Ms. Hogan, you need to relate this to the housing element because we're on item number 9.
Okay, well, everyone that I've been hearing talking here is talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and how that relates to the housing element, right? So this is all race-based, as Drew Penner made it clear in the article. That would be illegal, but somehow people aren't grasping the fact that this is illegal, but we're going to still promote it in California even though it's illegal. So I'm just trying to grasp how it is that we're still promoting something that makes no sense, because normally people work their butt off to live here like I did. Nobody got a handout. I know I certainly didn't get a handout. I know my parents didn't. But nobody has a right to live here, and you certainly don't have a right to live in the best neighborhood. And why in the hell would anybody care what color of skin you have or who you have sex with? I'm embarrassed for this town. Embarrassed. Shame. Shame on the people who would promote race-based crap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speaker cards? Anybody wishing to come forward? Seeing none. Any hands on Zoom? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and look to my fellow council members for comments, a motion. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think this is a big topic in front of us tonight, but I think that the crux of the issue is what a lot of public commenters commented on, is about this issue of Program J, small multifamily housing, and I think it's evident to me that our community wants small multifamily housing throughout the town, and when I look at the map that was created that shows where our current language allows for small multifamily housing, I don't think that will pass muster. I think, especially not after the comments we've heard tonight, and folks, lots of folks will know that this issue is very personal to me. I live in a fourplex in Los Gatos, and my fourplex is directly adjacent to an R1 residential neighborhood. Unlike a lot of other cities around the Bay Area, Los Gatos doesn't have a lot of large apartment buildings. We do have a lot of these smaller multi-unit duplexes and fourplexes and sixplexes, and I think those are critical to being able to ensure that young professionals, young families, teachers, nurses, older adults, police officers, and many others can live in this community. And I don't think that our current language is facilitating that enough. I think that the fourplex I live in, rather than ruining the character of the neighborhood, adds to the vibrancy and to the character of my neighborhood. I've become friends with the people that both live in the fourplexes along my street and the single-family homes behind me. And as some speakers have mentioned tonight, when you walk through downtown Los Gatos, you will see countless apartment complexes built in historical neighborhoods. These are streets like University, Bachman, Tate, Masol, so many more. And so I don't think small multifamily housing is something to be scared of. I think it's something that should be embraced as a key part of our plan. And so I'll look forward to the discussion tonight, but I think that we need to make changes to the language to ensure that it can be built throughout the town.
Councilmember Rennie.
I have a few questions for staff. so we've started talking about Measure J. Question for staff: do we think we've covered everything else?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, so staff feels like we have adequately covered the remaining comments that HCD provided in their second round of the matrix.
Okay, so first question about Program J. So we're writing language for the housing element. We're not actually writing Program J. Is that correct? We'll come back later and work on Program J.
This is just a program to say that we are going to complete a study in the future to look at certain low to medium density designations to support these small multi-unit units.
Okay, a little bit harder question. I have a couple more. A little bit harder question. How much does the language that we're putting in the housing element restrict what we do in Program J eventually?
So whatever the town does to implement Program J will need to be consistent with what's in the housing element. It can't conflict with what's in the housing element. And I'll pass it to outside counsel Nazanin Salehi to see if there's anything to add to that answer.
We don't have anything additional to add to that, but yes, that is correct. We'll need to be consistent with what is in Program J.
Okay, so we'll still have a lot more work to do on it, I guess. Next question, I'm almost done getting there. So our desk item, which unfortunately probably much of the public hasn't seen yet, basically says from HCD that the language in Program J and Y is generally okay. So it sounds like we're getting close. And then but they suggest adding some language. And the part in the language that was left open was, it says SB da-da-da-da-da, and will, increase by 150 units these small multi-unit dwellings. Then it says including XXX number of units is affordable. So staff is recommending that we insert the number 30 in the units affordable. When we say affordable, and I believe HCD's version of affordable means below market, somebody has to subsidize it, affordable. There's been some other mention of, well, we need missing middle housing, we need housing that's more affordable. That typically doesn't necessarily mean below market subsidized. So assuming I'm correct here, the question is, so staff's recommending 30 units be affordable. How do we think we're going to achieve that? And I'll explain why I'm wondering. It's usually pretty easy when a developer comes and brings a large project. We require them to build or make 20% of the units subsidized below market rate units. If somebody comes and brings a duplex, we can't force them to make one affordable. Even if they make a fourplex, I don't think we can. I think if it's at 6, we can. What's the number where we can force one to be affordable?
It's 5.
5, okay. So duplexes and fourplexes, it seems to be what is sort of being talked about in these small multi-units. So I'm trying to understand what staff is thinking of. How are we going to get 30 affordable units? We have some dollars in a below market rate fund, and maybe we could get somebody who wants to build a duplex to sell one to us that we then turn around and sell cheaper, but we don't have enough dollars to get anywhere near subsidizing 30 units. So before we would agree to staff's language, how are you thinking we could get affordable units when we can't require somebody to subsidize them?
Thank you for the question. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So over the 5th cycle, how we've been able to achieve that is not all of the units need to be deed restricted. So for instance, we are counting all of our 5th cycle ADUs as moderate units. The state has given guidance that we can count some of those in low and very low as well. And so ultimately, we're waiting for further guidance on that, but the most current guidance is that we can use that framework. And the plan is that JADUs, which have to be less than 500 square feet, generally are going to be in that low category. So even though they're not deed restricted, when they're resulted in our annual progress report, they are still listed as affordable, but just not deed restricted. So I think that's the current method that we've been using that we think is going to be able to continue. But ultimately, we're going to be looking for other options as well across some of the other development types like SB9, where we currently have the provision where a first unit has to be less than 1,200 square feet or less.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think I monopolized enough questions.
No, you're good. Thank you. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, thanks. Specifically with regard to that point, the objective of 150 units, hasn't the state said that it's not only small multi-unit housing, it also is the combination of multi-unit housing, religious institutions, junior ADUs, and SB 10. Isn't that correct, that they are looking at that in the objective for 150 units?
Is there a specific comment letter you're citing from the state? I don't recall off the top of my head if they've used that specific language.
So that was actually language that we changed. It passed unanimously in the last round, and so that was part of what we did submit based on the February 20th meeting.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So yeah, that is part of the current program. Again, it has multiple opportunities that we're going to be able to count towards that 150 that are outside of the RENA.
And as a follow, I would assume that the 30 would be part of that as well.
That's correct.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I appreciate the state is giving guidance that perhaps these carve-outs would be approved. On the other hand, it looks like they're giving us kind of a more strict standard to stick to, that we have to set a certain percentage of, try to make sure that a certain percentage of those meet low income. And if we're talking about JADUs, I'm having a really big problem with carving out all of the downtown or areas that we already know where we may get these ADUs and JADUs. I look at that map and I think one of the things we didn't look at is where can we add small unit housing where it's walkable, where there's a lot of services. We basically carved out the most walkable part of town and said we're not going to be encouraging small multi-unit housing there. I know at previous meetings, Councilmember Rennie brought up the fact that market forces are essentially against the creation of duplexes and fourplexes, that typically a smaller house might get developed into just a larger single-family home. I've watched multiple duplexes, maybe non-conforming or whatever, get converted into single-family homes over the years. So I don't think that by allowing or encouraging small multi-unit in more neighborhoods is going to suddenly wipe out single-family zoning. I think it could, on very rare occasions, allow a little more smattering. And living in the downtown area, having apartment buildings on my street, having a duplex around the corner, I also enjoy having a variety of people live near me. And I think that I live in one of the most walkable parts of town, and these exclusions are basically cutting it out. And I do, I guess what we have to do is figure out philosophically, are we just trying to thread the needle to make HCD happy? Or are we trying to actually create a housing element that encourages housing in the right places and embraces the development for the future of our community? And I'm just not comfortable with where we're at right now.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with those comments entirely. I think there's a lot of really good arguments for why small multifamily housing is important from a philosophical and a helping people perspective, but I think to kind of get to the crux of this evening of submitting a housing element to the state, I also am not convinced that HCD will accept this. We've only heard from our lowest, the reviewer who works most directly with the town that this language is generally okay, but our housing element has to go through a whole process with HCD, and I don't want to be in a position where we try to ride this line so closely that we end up having to do this entire thing over again just because we said that we have to restrict, small multi-unit housing. For instance, it has to be, I think fundamentally, I think we should be removing the restrictions that we put in place on historic districts, homes adjacent to the historic inventory, homes within 500 feet of an evacuation route, or further than 1/2 mile of a transit stop. I'm okay leaving in the language about the very high fire zones and hillside residential areas, but I think restricting those other categories in my opinion, produces a legitimate affirmatively furthering fair housing issue. SV at Home today sent a letter that went to our HCD reviewers, and so they are going to be tracking how we address this issue very closely. And I think the fact that people in our community are saying that they feel like this is restricting the development of housing in some of the most key areas of the town is not going to bode well for us in terms of getting approval. I'll just end with kind of piggybacking on what Councilmember Risto said. I think small multi-unit, the fact that we are restricting small multi-unit housing from the entirety of the downtown, I think is a huge mistake. When one of the commenters referenced the great fourplexes and sixplexes that exist on University, and what we're saying is that we can't do that anymore. Nobody can build fourplexes on University anymore, and I think that's a huge mistake. And so I think we need to open this back up, both from a getting this approved perspective and for helping the people in our community that need housing perspective.
Vice Mayor Hudes, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Yeah, a couple of things. I don't believe there's anything that says we're going to eliminate multi-unit housing from places where it's already permitted. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so it should just be clear that this program wouldn't be excluding ADUs and JADUs and Senate Bill 9 units from areas that are excluded outside of this map. Those are still going to be allowed under state law. This is just specific to the small multi-unit in terms of potential for a duplex or a multifamily project.
And just as a follow-up with regard to the comment that Councilmember Ristow made about JADUs being carved out from downtown, is there anything that indicates that?
This program would not prevent JADUs from being proposed in the downtown area.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had is, are we aware of any other municipalities that are comparable to Los Gatos in which single-family residential has been eliminated? And the reason I ask it that way is that, in fact, if you permit small multifamily residential in something that is formally zoned as single-family residential, essentially you are eliminating the single-family residential designation. Are we aware? I understand the community would like to see some of these things, but I am interested, I guess, number one, are we aware of other communities that are comparable to Los Gatos that have eliminated single-family residential? And is there a state law that says the way you need to achieve AFFH is by eliminating single-family residential?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'll start, and we'll probably need to check in with our consultant, Veronica Tam. I'm not personally aware of anyone who's eliminated single-family zoning in California, but Ms. Tam obviously has worked up and down the state, so if she would jump on if she's aware of anyone eliminating single-family zoning.
No, I'm not aware of any. That has not been HCD's requests either.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. Couple questions. First of all, for Ms. Tam, do you view if we allow or encourage multifamily in more of a variety of neighborhoods, is that eliminating single-family zoning?
No, essentially we are have even if you're allowed it in more neighborhoods, we are still aiming the goal to be 150 units. So when you are doing your zoning code amendment, you still have the ability to look at how much of each neighborhood or each zoning district that you would allow such opportunity. So there are many ways that you can manage the neighborhoods or how much you would allow in each types of neighborhoods.
Thank you. Could that be something like saying on a corner or, more adjacent? It can be
Right.
pretty specific, correct?
And you can limit by size of the parcels, and you can limit it based on location. For example, corner lots, this is you recommend it, but you can also say that for parcels over a certain percent, like size, then they would allow an additional whatever that you are trying to achieve. You can do it based on what is reasonable in terms of a size that would accommodate additional units within those neighborhoods.
Thank you. The other question I have is in the language where we talk about, increased number of housing units, combination small multi-unit, religious institutions. We have a number of religious institutions in the prohibited zones. I think there's like the Yigby law. I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is as we restrict where we would implement J and AY, one, would we still be able to get some of this housing in the excluded areas? And number two, if we did, particularly JADUs, as the Vice Mayor brought up, would we get credit for it? Would that count toward the 150 units and the 30 affordable? Or are we supposed to yield those out of the small carved out areas that we've now defined?
No, you will be able to get credits no matter where you achieved it. And if you end up having opportunities outside of the craft up areas, you will be able to credit it. One thing that maybe I'll ask the outside counsel to weigh in on, but SB4 that allows religious facilities to provide, to build housing without zoning revisions and without rezoning, they would be allowed to provide affordable housing on site if they meet certain criteria without having to do rezoning. So I believe that would allow them to go into areas that are quote unquote prohibited by this particular program.
Thank you. Did outside counsel have follow-up on that?
I think I have to look into, I believe that there might be a unit number threshold for what would be permitted. So it's possible that it wouldn't be all of the areas that are excluded depending on exactly what zoning is permitted in those areas. I would need to look a little bit deeper before providing a more thorough answer.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the public, there's a map that the restrictions create. It's an addendum B in case people are wondering where it's coming from. So this is a question for the town attorney, more specific to the one I asked earlier about we're not designing Program J today. We get to do it in the future. When I look at this map, I think it needs some work. I'm assuming that by providing this is telling HCD this is kind of the scale of what we're going to do, and it's maybe going to be something close to this. If Program G eliminated half of this, they'd be unhappy and wouldn't accept it, I assume. In other cases, if we added some areas, I don't think HCD would complain. Is this language prevent us from adding or substituting areas when we go and make Program J?
So the map won't be part of what's adopted. The map was provided to HCD to give an idea of where the locations would be. But whatever the town does in terms of implementation in the future would need to be consistent with the language of the program, not the map, but the program.
So again, consistent with the language, I think one of the items was it can't be more than 500 feet from a transit stop. What if we found an area that was really good walkable to a commercial zone and was going to be easy on infrastructure and so forth, and we wanted to add that? Does the language prevent us from adding?
If the proposal was to put something farther than 500 feet from the transit stop based on proximity to other commercial uses, my recommendation would be that the town amend the housing element.
At that time?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Hudas, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, just to correct, it's not 500 feet. It's half a mile of transit stop. And I wanted to just add, now that we're talking about the map, how many parcels are identified roughly on this map?
There's approximately 3 parcels that are identified in this map.
How many?
3,000 parcels.
3,000 parcels. And how many parcels are there in Los Gatos?
I'll need to look at that shortly unless a staff member knows it quickly.
Can give you an order of magnitude. I think it's approximately 12,000.
And so 3,000 is not 10% of 12,000. And it's, and when you say 12,000, you mean residential parcels, is that correct?
I believe that's total parcels, actually. I can't remember if we made a distinction, but we can look.
Okay. So that would include commercial, that would include areas that are already zoned multi-unit.
That's correct from my understanding, but we'll have to go back and look at the map and see if there's a distinction.
Okay, so despite some reports that we've seen in the press of this being less than 10% of Los Gatos, maybe if you counted the streets and the lakes and the commercial buildings and all that, it might be. But in terms of putting it in perspective of the percentage of residential parcels, it seems like it's a significant portion that is still being considered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to make sure we're, all talking about the same thing. I think it's important for all of us to remember that we are talking about creating an implementation program, not actually creating the implementation program tonight. We're talking about putting language in the housing element that directs staff to, in the future, create this implementation program. And the implementation program's aim is to create 150 units. So we're definitely not talking about upzoning the entire town. We're not talking about eliminating single-family residential. And I just hearing from the town attorney now that if we adopt the existing language, which restricts multifamily housing in the entirety of the downtown, if we wanted to let someone build a fourplex in the downtown, we would have to amend the housing element. I think that is the wrong way to go about this. I don't want to be in that position where we have to go back to HCD in order to allow multifamily housing to be built in some of the best places for multifamily housing to be built. With that, I will make a motion to amend the existing language in Program J to strike the language that reads, the modification of the zoning code to facilitate a small multifamily housing will occur in a variety of neighborhoods throughout the town, but in no event in the following areas: very high fire zones, historic districts adjacent to homes in historic districts pre-1941, hillside residential, within 500 feet evacuation route, or further than at 1/2 mile from a transit stop, and replace that language with the modification of the zoning code to facilitate the development of small multi-unit housing will occur in a variety of neighborhoods throughout the town, except for in the very high fire severity zones and hillside residential zones.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
I would like to offer a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
We need a second first. We don't have a second.
All right, I'm
on the
sorry,
first.
second.
I'll second it for
Councilmember
conversation.
Bristow, second. All right, we're ready for your substitute motion.
Okay, thank you. I move to adopt the proposed revisions that have been made tonight in the desk item regarding Program J and to complete our work on the housing element by initiating the 7-day review period on March 7th and then resubmitting to HCD on March 18th. And I want to make a couple of comments, if I may, but maybe I should wait for a second.
Second.
First of all, I want to thank staff and Ms. Tam for their hard work, especially for articulating the rationale and providing the map evidence of the impact. Recently, through the mayor's leadership and staff's responsiveness, we've been able to turn this draft a number of times since the beginning of the year, and it looks like we have a housing element that can be certified. While there are many things I don't like about this housing element document, for instance, how late it is and the result that it's had of being late is the builder's remedy applications. We should have completed this 15 months ago. I don't like the language that describes past discrimination as popular. That language is in there. And I don't like the concept of exceeding rather than complying with state law, because exceeding is a very subjective term, and you can exceed a number, you can do that, but when you talk about exceeding law, you're in an area where you're saying it's really in the eye of the beholder. So if you're exceeding, is it exceeding according to a developer, or is it according to a resident or someone who's looking for housing? But I think, as I've said before, we're in a situation where there is a knife at the throat of the town, and that knife is the 12 builders remedy applications. And so I think that we have reached a compromise. I think it's a good one. I think it allows for more small multi-unit housing in a variety of neighborhoods across the town, but only in places that are safe and preserve our history and provide an opportunity to reduce traffic, pollution, and lessen greenhouse gases. In the end, we're meeting the state number of 1,993 units with a modest buffer, and we're providing substantial opportunity above and beyond that for small multi-unit housing in a variety of neighborhoods. So I'd like to propose that we move quickly to get out from the builder's remedy. If I need to restate the motion, I can do that.
Thank you for that. Staff just want to clarify that the motion included staff's recommended language that was in the desk item for the quantified objective of Program J.
Yes, that's correct. Maybe I didn't state the desk item number, but yeah, that's the language that I meant to include.
Was the motion clear to the additional council members? All right, I will call the question. All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore.
Totally, all good. So I'll just voice that I will not be supporting this motion. I believe that the language currently included in Program J presents a clear AFFH issue, which puts Los Gatos at risk of not having a certified housing element, and it also does not allow for any new multi-unit housing to be built in downtown Los Gatos, which I think is a huge issue. I'm worried that we will go through this cycle once again and be told to modify our housing element once again by getting hung up on this this issue that I think we can resolve in a better way.
Councilmember Ristow.
I'm going to not be able to support it either. What I did want to say was when we came up with our original sites for the larger developments, we looked at transit lines. We also, where we have transit, are very, very, very limited. One bus that goes through Los Gatos and near shopping centers. And we were looking at ways to put in multifamily housing on the larger sites that would have minimal impact on traffic. And so we did that part. And this next part for the smaller multifamily was meant to be more spread out into town. I don't see that saying that a duplex has to be near a bus stop means that person's going to ride the bus. When I look at this community, people barely ride the bus right now, whether they're 10 feet from a bus stop or not. And so when I'm looking at the smaller multi-family, I'm thinking that doesn't seem to be such an important criteria. What's more important to me is it in a walkable place? Is it near a grocery store? Is it in a bikeable place? Because there's a lot of other ways to get around without a car. And in this community, people seem to opt for the bus last. And so I'm looking for other options. The other thing I do want to say, if you want to talk about leadership, we had only about 3 members from the start that have voted for some of the really important issues that were essential to getting this housing element moved forward. It was often a 3-2 vote that, first of all, approved the sites that we've got right now that HCD approved. Only 3 of us voted for those. The story poll policy that HCD told us we absolutely had to change was not supported by all 5 council members. Creation of the housing element overlay zone was not supported by all the council members. And the specific rezoning that we were told we had to do, all 4 of those were steps that were absolutely essential and that got us to where we are. And so as we're working out the last parts of it, let's not forget that all of us worked on this and some of us were pushing a little harder at the beginning. So I am concerned that these large carve-outs are going to be problematic. I would prefer to not eliminate our historic zones, not to eliminate any possibility next to something pre-1941. I don't even know what that preserves. But knowing that as we work on the implementation of the program, we can always draw it in or shape it toward neighborhoods or go more toward corner units or closer to commerce. But right now, to put all these prohibitions in and then say, if we want to expand this, we have to do an amendment, just seems like that won't happen. So I just don't think this is in the spirit of what I thought the housing element would be. It may pass anyway, but I'm not going to be able to support it.
All right, I'm going to make a comment because the question of leadership has come up. It's not a matter of keeping score up here or amongst us. We're all working hard, all of us. We are all leaders. With that, I'm going to call the question. I'm sorry? Councilmember Rennie.
I just quickly was going to say I'm not going to support the alternate motion, and I may not support the primary motion. I'd like to explore some compromise wording and ask some more questions of staff on the wording. The responses I got in the last ones with the current map and not being able to modify it worry me a little bit. I'm actually more thinking along the lines of Councilmember Risto that we should be focusing where this occurs in the more walkable places so that it's a higher quality of living for these people, it's less impact on our infrastructure, and just generally makes for a better town. Again, we're not making Program J tonight. That, I think, is going to be a lot more work, but I want to make sure I have some wording that allows me to work on Program J, and from what the town attorney told me, the alternate motion doesn't allow us to do that, so I certainly won't be supporting that one.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, I would be really interested in the town attorney's explanation of how the language in Program J would not allow us to make any changes, and I'm also interested in understanding Program J applies to single-family residential. Isn't that correct? And would there be any prohibition about multifamily in other areas of the downtown that aren't single-family residential?
Thank you for that. I'll answer just that last part. So Program J is specifying to modify the zoning code to facilitate these small multi-unit housing projects in some low to medium density designations. So some of those low density designations are the R1 zoning districts, for example.
I can address the first part of your question. So the law requires vertical consistency, meaning that zoning codes need to be consistent with what are considered to be higher level documents, such as the housing element. And so whatever zoning program the town develops in order to implement Program J will need to be consistent with the language that's in the housing element.
Councilmember Rennie.
So what that tells me is we've put too much specific wording in here. If we put less specific wording, it doesn't force us to create a Program J that covers everything that's not excluded, correct? It's easier to go the other way from less excluded to excluding more when we build Program J.
I think that's one way to say it. So long as whatever the town develops in terms of zoning code amendments is consistent with what's in the housing element, it will pass muster.
All right, at this point, we have a motion on the table and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
And let me, if I may, Mayor, just to be clear, we're voting on the substitute motion.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion fails with Councilmember Ristow, Moore, and Rennie opposed. Councilmember Ristow. I'm sorry, Councilmember Rennie, followed by Vice Mayor.
So if I could work on Councilmember Moore's motion a little bit. The exclusions, I'm trying to remember now, the exclusions you put in were high fire zones and historic districts? Could repeat for me, please.
Through the mayor?
Through the mayor, yeah.
Yes.
Hillside residential. Very high fire zone and hillside residential.
Okay. Any further? Vice Mayor.
So I wanted to understand, maybe have a little more conversation with council members about why they think it's a good idea to have higher density housing, which has at least 25% less parking requirement and eliminates guest parking on evacuation routes. I'd really be interested in understanding that because I think having clear evacuation routes allows responders to get in and allows people to get out when there's a disaster. The other question I have is about historic areas. We have a relatively small number of historic areas and pre-1941 historic homes outside of the very high fire hazard severity zones and hillsides. But the town adopted historic zones and guidelines and has been diligent in retaining small, more affordable units, cottages, as well as some larger homes. Once removed, these units will be replaced with much more expensive multi-units, which defeats the purpose of AFFH. And at the same time, the heritage and neighborhoods will be gone forever when that happens. And then the third question I would ask council members is why they think that proximity to transit is not a good criterion for infill development. That is something that is well accepted in many, many communities in California and across the nation because it provides for reduced parking requirements as well as reducing the environmental impact of air pollution and greenhouse gases. And this will yield having the housing in close proximity to transit allows you to have more affordable housing and balances development with the environmental impact and benefit. So I would really be interested in council members who are thinking about intensification of those areas. I'd be really interested in their rationale for doing that.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Mayor. I think you bring up some incredible, very good points because I have thought about those things. I would say when talking about the evacuation routes, when I think about evacuation routes, I think about our hillside roads, and we've already eliminated any intensification in our hillsides and in our high fire danger. And if I can ask the staff a question, what roads, I don't know if you can answer this, what roads did we determine were our evacuation routes where we would have excluded housing?
Thank you for your question, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So there is a map for evacuation routes for flood. And so that map, I don't have it handy, but there's a number of corridors. And if you look at the map, you'll see kind of swaths along Los Gatos Boulevard, Winchester, Lark, Highway 9, things like that, that are evacuation routes. And those are the routes that are generally signed in town currently. I know there was mention of a evacuation route associated with the vegetation management plan. I have not looked at that, but I'm assuming it's everything coming out of the hills, which would already be covered by hillsides and very high fire hazard severity zones.
Okay, thank you. Because what I was thinking about is for fire, which is what we primarily think about. I mean, flood would be if Lexington Reservoir went, and those evacuation routes also happen to be our bus routes, so I'm not sure how those jibe. But for the hillsides, we've essentially eliminated that, I think, with Councilmember Moore's proposal. I'm not sure what additional evacuation routes we would add back if we wanted to look at that. But I'd be willing, with more data, to take a look at that. In terms of our historic districts, our historic district is really important. I live in one. I think it is part of the charm of this community, and I think the town has done a good job preserving our history, a decent job. Having historic districts has not stopped people from buying small cottages, getting them off the inventory and building larger homes. And so that has happened. And to me, if somebody bought a small cottage and turned it into a fourplex instead of a single family home, that might be a win. So, that is, something that everything has to go through historic preservation anyway, and we would be able to look at that zoning or decide how we do it. I'm just saying I don't want to blanketly exclude an entire huge area that is in our most walkable part. And then in terms of the question about access to transit, I grew up in Chicago. I believe in transit. I use it when I travel to every big city. I wouldn't say that Los Gatos has what could really be considered transit. We have one bus line that runs fairly infrequently, and if you look at how our community uses, or rather doesn't use it, we have few enough people using transit that we couldn't even get light rail to come down to Los Gatos several years ago because of the projected low usage. So I would like to think that people will change their behavior, and I would like to think that the larger multifamily sites that we selected that will bring in larger developments maybe will tip people to using transit, and they'll be along the transit lines. But in terms to where you'd put a duplex in or how you would get around town, frankly, I would say walking and biking are preferable to almost anybody close to something over using the bus. Your bike runs the minute you get on it. Your feet work the minute you stand up. People don't want to wait 20 minutes for a bus. So I'm not saying that a transit line is a bad thing, but I think focusing our development there is really not paying attention to the ways people would get around and how we would actually reduce car trips. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rennie and Vice Mayor Hudes, did you have your hand up? All right, so after Councilmember Rennie, it's going to be Councilmember Moore.
So I guess working backwards on that list, I tend to agree that transit really doesn't do much in Los Gatos, and limiting it to around transit. I think the question from Councilmember Hudes was, why would we want traffic other places? Well, the answer I think Councilmember Risto gave, and I agree with, is we want to focus it around places that are more walkable, that are going to have less impact on our infrastructure. Sticking it on the bus line that nobody's going to ride is really not going to do that unless it's already fits the criteria of being more walkable. I would tend to say we should add back in historic districts into Councilmember Moore's motion to include those. I don't know what adjacent to homes in that inventory is really that important. I want to go back and ask staff a questions on the evacuation route. Again, the town attorney has told us over and over that we want to be consistent, but it seems to me if evacuation route is Los Gatos Boulevard, and Los Gatos Boulevard has a large part of our housing element on multifamily, then we're no longer consistent by that. It's just, would town attorney agree that we're creating an inconsistency here by, you're basically telling me I can't go create program J, or I think what you told us was our zoning must be consistent with the housing element, and if the housing element has something that says we will not put multifamily 500 feet from evacuation route, which includes Los Gatos Boulevard, we've got a huge problem with our whole housing element.
So yes, and it does, I'll say it again, it does need to be consistent with the housing element, but I do think one piece of information to layer over top of that is this program J is addressing sites beyond what have been identified in the town's sites inventory. And I know that the town has a number of sites along Los Gatos Boulevard that have already been identified in the sites inventory. And did planning want to add anything to that?
No, I don't think we need to add anything. That's accurate.
And so I would just wrap up and let the next speaker go, question speaker, so forth, go. I think we should probably remove the evacuation route. Most of the important evacuation routes are going to be covered by eliminating the high fire zones. I don't see why we want to eliminate sites on Los Gatos Boulevard, for example, or 500 feet. That's about 5 blocks off of Los Gatos Boulevard. Why we would want to eliminate sites that aren't yet currently part of the housing element, particularly when that's the large commercial area where we actually do probably want more higher density to allow walking and less riding. So that's my comment.
Councilmember Moore, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And to respond to the Vice Mayor's comments, I think most of it's been covered. I think we have very little transit in Los Gatos. The bus doesn't even run to the downtown on the weekends, so I don't think we can expect people in the downtown to, be carless, unfortunately. And evacuation routes, I think that's covered with Los Gatos Boulevard. I think the hillside and very high fire zones exclude the most important evacuation routes. The fact that Los Gatos Boulevard, where I live off of, would be considered an evacuation route, I think that's one of the best places to build housing. So I think we should definitely take out evacuation routes. Historic. So for me, the reason for the historic is that there are currently so many great fourplexes and sixplexes that you wouldn't even know are fourplexes or sixplexes in the historic districts. However, I would be willing to amend my motion to to add back in historic districts.
Vice Mayor?
I think we've been talking about evacuation routes in a really abstract way. Could staff put up a map of the evacuation routes? And I would just say that I looked at the very high fire hazard zone, and I believe that covers all of the wildfire evacuation routes that I could find. So really what we're talking about are the flood evacuation routes, and that's all on one map that I provided to the town manager a month ago. Because it's pretty abstract talking about Los Gatos Boulevard when there's only portions of different streets that are on that.
So a couple of things. First of all, the maker of the motion offered to amend his motion to add in historic districts.
I will accept that amendment.
Okay, so the seconder accepted it. We may need a couple of minutes to respond to the Vice Mayor's request.
Yes, in the meantime, Councilmember Rennie has a question.
This is maybe for Ms. Tam, if you want to go that way. Councilmember Moore did not include HCD's requested additional language, and we're still removing some, well, we're in the process potentially of removing some of the restrictions, but we don't know if that's good enough to make them happy without the additional language. So the question, well, unless Mr. Moore wants to just add it into the motion to include staff's proposed language, I don't need to ask my question. I'll stop.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, that would absolutely be part of a motion. I wasn't making the motion to approve the housing element yet. This is just on kind of this piece of J. But either in this motion I can add it, or we can do another motion when we approve the housing element. But either way, would you be more comfortable if I added it?
I believe HCD is asking us to add it to program J, so it should be part of this motion to wrap up J, I think.
Great. So I will. Maybe for the manager, what desk item is the language in?
It's the desk item that was released today, March 5th, that has the quantified objective.
Okay, thank you. So I would amend my motion to include the language in the desk item from March 5th, which includes the language including 30 of these units as being affordable.
Does the maker of the second?
Yeah, the seconder of the motion accepts, and I'm assuming that what we're talking about now is like wrapping up A, Y, and J, so that we have this. Yes.
Okay.
And if I could just ask one follow-up question?
Yes.
So the whole point of programs A, Y, and J are basically, and this work is in response to HCD's comment that in addition to our housing element sites, we need to add small multi-unit housing in single-family neighborhoods. So that's specifically why we're talking about single-family neighborhoods, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I believe I can call the question on that. Vice Mayor?
I would prefer to see the evacuation routes so that we
Okay.
could discuss that a little further.
Okay.
Staff describe where the evacuation routes are found on this map.
They are with the dark black arrows. Obviously, it's very difficult to see. They also stop at in spots that obviously that's not where people are going to stop. They're going to continue up Los Gatos Boulevard, down Los Gatos Boulevard, out Los Gatos Almaden. But those are the maps and the flood zones that are currently covered.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for pulling up this map. I think this is helpful. So this includes huge parts of Los Gatos Boulevard and some of the most transit-rich areas of the town, so I would not support including evacuation routes in my motion.
Vice Mayor?
I would ask council members to consider the implications of putting additional parked cars onto those streets that could inhibit responders from getting in and could inhibit people from getting out. And, you know, it's a matter of time when we have another disaster. We know that. And so I would like people to think about the reaction when there is a catastrophe, asking why did the council allow this increased densification on areas that are known evacuation routes. Of all of the criteria, that one seems to be one that I would really question, and I would really question whether we're listening to our residents when we are doing things that could inhibit our evacuation routes.
So I'd like to add a comment, if I may. But if we're looking at building more than 2,000 housing units, and you figure the residents of these housing units, you know, maybe there's going to be 2 cars per housing unit. Now you've got 4,000 cars, at least, along these evacuation routes. I also have to question the added traffic of all these residents, that we don't have a job-rich community in Los Gatos. They're going to be commuting elsewhere. It's going to create reverse traffic. So to me, it also makes sense to have it, the housing and the units near transit areas. It just doesn't make sense to saturate areas where public safety is going to be at risk. Thank you. Councilmember Ristow.
Okay, thank you. As we're looking at this evacuation route, I just want to refocus us because we already have the 2,000 units set. So that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing where the additional 150 would go. And a couple of things. One is these are not fire evacuation routes. These are flood evacuation routes, which I'm not downplaying the risk of a flood, but I think our biggest looming concern is fire. And that's primarily in the hillsides and then coming down with people getting out. In terms of the flood, we're looking at lower areas. In general, if I want to get out, I want to be on that route and out of here. The further out people are from the route, the more they're going to have to travel on other surface streets to get to those evacuation routes. So I don't know. I mean, we don't have a traffic engineer here to analyze it, but pushing people off of, well, everybody's going to be on there. So I'm not seeing that 150 additional small units scattered across the town that might in fact end up sort of near there. That's going to be in the noise compared to what we already have and what our housing unit, or our housing element units are. So if we were talking about fire routes, you know, escape fire evacuation up in the hills, I do agree. We don't want cars on there. A lot of those cars don't even have parking, or the streets don't allow parking. But in terms of Los Gatos Boulevard and other areas, I'm not seeing that we want to keep housing away from there.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe we need a little more explanation about the 150. That's an objective number to reach. Isn't that correct? That's not a limit. That's not even an estimate of what is likely. That is strictly an objective that we're trying to reach. And so when we talk about adding 150 units, I think we need to put in perspective that I did a calculation before when we were looking at having no restrictions, and that looked like 2,800 additional units based on the analysis that was done in the 2040 general plan. This is a smaller number than that. but it's not 150. And so when we talk about the implications of removing the transit concentration and the evacuation routes in addition, there are going to be significant numbers, and 150 is not a cap.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Right. 150 is not a cap. It's aspirational for this program or these programs. And when we up front remove some of these barriers, we are not saying that we're going to allow the housing everywhere. With the implementation, we can look at which parts of the areas that we are making available by this motion where the small units can go. We are not saying that there cannot be any limits afterward. And I think we had this conversation before when we were going to just originally submit to HCD in a variety of neighborhoods, knowing that with implementation, we could more granularly define where that development can be, and we can still do that. We're just right now not prophylactically wiping out whole areas up front. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by the Vice Mayor.
I want to turn that comment into a question to the town attorney. Again, I want to be specific. So if we do not include evacuation routes, do we get another bite at the apple when we make Program J to, if we decide not place any upzoning in any of the flood zones, flood evacuation? Do we have that option?
Yes, and another way to say it would be when the town council adopts the zoning that is going to implement this housing element, the zoning can be more limited than the language of the housing element, because more limited will still be consistent, but the town council would be precluded from adopting zoning that was broader than the language in the housing element, because then it would no longer be consistent.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry to get into this, but this is another consideration that hasn't been discussed, and that is the one-way nature of zoning. And I understand that there are conflicting opinions about this, but ones that I've read from officials of the state of California state that once a zoning is intensified, it cannot be returned to less density. And I'm not asking for a legal opinion on this, because I believe there are differing legal opinions about this, but I think it raises significant doubt about our ability to make some of these changes at a later time. And frankly, when this zoning is done, who knows? Maybe none of us will be on the council. And yet we will have opened the door for some things that cannot be undone, first of all, and secondly, can have a significant impact on safety and the character of our community.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Question for staff. My impression was, as we define these programs are not zoning per se. I thought the implementation would set the zoning. Can you let me know when are we zoning?
Yeah, so this program is not specifying zoning. It's describing low to medium density designations. Those translate into multiple zones across the town, specifically when you're talking about low density designation. So this program's not getting into specifics and naming the zones that it would be looking at. It's being more broad by saying we'll look at certain low to medium density designations.
Thank you. And as we say that, where we've restricted it, in the high fire danger zone or high fire severity zones or in the hillsides, we've already just said that cannot happen there. But when we talk about a variety of neighborhoods where we haven't made preclusions, my understanding is we haven't zoned them yet. We're just saying it's possible for us to zone in there. So there's no concern right now that we're up zoning and then trying to down zone. We're not zoning right now, correct?
This implementation program is not proposing rezoning.
Thank you.
Right, we have a motion and we have a second, so I think it's time to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 3-2 with the mayor and vice mayor opposed. At this time, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, and we have residents that have been waiting patiently for item number 13, so I'm going to move you up. So when we come back, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I don't think we're done with the housing element. Do you?
Okay.
So do you want to? I'm happy to take a break, but I just don't think we're done with the housing element.
Let's take a break, but I want to prepare the residents that when we come back and we're done with this housing element, I'm going to move you up, so you don't have to wait till 11:30 tonight. All right, please be seated. Council is back and ready to go for item number 9, a continuation. I believe we have one other item to consider as we mull through the next steps. So I am going to look to my fellow council members for comments, motion. Councilmember Rennie.
Question. So the next step is to make a motion to submit it?
Well, it would be for the 7-day review period, and then after that, be ready to submit it to the HCD because they need approval from the council for that direction.
Okay, it seems like we should do that. I'll make a motion that we start the 7-day waiting period and then submit with the changes that we've asked for tonight.
Right. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. I mean, given that all the other comments appear to have been addressed and, reading the attachment, I think the only one we really had to hash out was J. So given that we've settled that, I second the motion.
All right. Any comments, Vice Mayor?
I won't be supporting the motion. I think it is ill-advised for the town to go way beyond the requirements of the state for 1,993 units plus a buffer and including small multi-unit housing in a variety of neighborhoods across the town. Those are things that we complied with in our previous submission to HCD, that HCD said they were generally okay with. And I think it's ill-advised to risk the safety and the effects of air pollution, of allowing further densification, particularly since we're not required to do that. It makes no sense to do that. So for those who think it's a good idea, go ahead, but I can't support that.
Councilmember Rennie?
I also kind of think it's not a good idea to spread the housing all over the town where it's going to affect our infrastructure. So I'm really looking forward to working on Program J and putting it in places that make sense. This motion doesn't prevent us from making the right decisions. This motion is not to spread housing all through the town, so I have no problem with supporting it.
Councilmember Ristow.
Yeah, I want to make one more comment. This is a framework, and I think as we've always told our residents that the housing element is a start. There's a lot of work to do on the implementation program, and we had a lot of residents come forward and speak tonight talking about making sure that we spread this housing around. So as we continue that work and as we look at the implementation of J and AY, just as HCD has asked us, we'll be listening to our residents. Thank you.
So I won't be supporting the motion. I don't support the framework. And yes, there were quite a few speakers here tonight, but there's also been surveys that show that there's hundreds of people that don't support this particular program, as well as several of my constituents. So I'm just not I have to agree to disagree. I think all of us should be able to agree to disagree respectfully, but we obviously have different opinions on things and different viewpoints. My main concern as well is a public safety risk. It's a top priority of mine. It always has been, and it's a strategic priority for the town. So with that, I'm going to call the question unless I see a hand up for further comment. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2 with the mayor and the vice mayor opposed. All right. Again, I have moved up item 13 because I see several residents in tow, and I want to get to them rather than keep them very late tonight. So with that, this is to consider the adoption of a resolution denying an appeal of a planning commission decision for property located at 212 Thurston Street, and I'll look forward to a report from our staff. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Maria Chavarin, project planner for the property located at 212 Thurston Street. The item before you this evening is to consider an appeal of a planning commission decision approving the demolition of an existing single-family residence and construction of a new single-family residence with reduced setbacks on a non-conforming property. On the public hearing of January 10th, 2024, the Planning Commission found that the front setback of the proposed residence would be more conforming than the existing residence, and that the request is compatible with the neighborhood as required by the findings. An addendum and desk item have been provided, including additional information from the appellant and the applicant. Based on the materials included in the staff report, staff recommends that the Town Council uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and adopt a resolution denying the appeal. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shavari. Appreciate the report. Any council members have questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. And as we go through public comment, I'm going to call the appellant to the podium, Mr. Raffia. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. Before I begin, let me say I support thoughtful development in our neighborhood. However, I have serious concerns about the decision to approve this project, which I believe deviates from our community standards and guidelines. With the limited time I have today, I want to highlight the following key points for the public record. First, the project's request for a reduced setback goes against the town's code, which clearly states that variances are reserved for projects with unique challenges, criteria this proposal fails to meet. Second, the building plan is excessively tall for its small lot, disregarding the town's code on maintaining local character. The applicant's choice to ignore 4 out of 6 recommendations from the town's consulting architect underscores this disconnect. Third, this application also makes inappropriate comparisons to non-compliant structures, ignores most other setbacks on Thurston Street, and that the applicant was aware of the property size and development standards given its recent purchase. This undermines any claim of hardship to justify a front setback that is less than 1/2 of the 15-foot setback requirement, and the inability of the applicant to bring the non-conforming garage into compliance. Remarkably, during the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant's architect admitted, quote, "The garage can't be torn down if we want to keep it in its existing location, and they want to keep it there because it's on an almost zero lot line," close quote. This admission doesn't align with a genuine hardship. Fourth, this plan introduces a bulky structure at the front, compromises privacy and solar access at the rear, and does nothing to address the non-conforming garage that sits on the property line of 2 adjacent properties. Pictures should be in your packet showing how close they sit on the property and the look of that garage. It is not unreasonable for neighbors to expect a fence rather than a structure on a property line. Fifth, by approving this project, we end up with 2 structures which do not comply with setback standards, when we should be enforcing conditions to eliminate non-conforming buildings. Finally, this project risks becoming a benchmark or precedent for future development. This concern is underscored by the applicant's extensive citation of 529 Monterey Avenue in their justification letter, while ignoring a majority of the consulting architect's recommendations, despite the fact that 529 Monterey is on a much larger parcel, I believe over 2 times the size of the subject parcel, and is the sole example of modern architecture in the vicinity. I also don't believe it follows the 225 guideline or rule that was cited during the Planning Commission, as it sits fronting Monterey and is not set across the street. I strongly urge the Town Council to revisit the decision on this project. We should aim for development that aligns with our legal standards, corrects nonconformities, maintains the character of our neighborhood, and fosters a more inclusive planning process. Thank you for your attention to these concerns. I would also like to note that many of the co-signers to the letter that was furnished to Town Council contacted me. As it turned out, virtually everybody in the vicinity of this project is not happy with the current outcome. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Raffia? See none. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now invite the applicant to the podium.
Sorry.
Are you Malia Gallardo? Okay,
I am.
thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Town Council members and Mayor Badame. My name is Malia Gallardo, and I'm the owner of 212 Thurston Street. I'm here tonight to respond to the appellant's comments regarding my application. I've submitted my responses indicating that the appellant has not raised any substantial evidence or town codes to overturn my approved application. My application was thoroughly reviewed and ultimately approved by the Planning Commission on January 10th on a vote of 5-1. My project was the only project reviewed that evening, so the Planning Commission went to great lengths and times, over an hour, to engage with the neighbors regarding the concerns on setbacks, height of the home, garage, and town architecture notes. Ultimately, the Planning Commission determined that my project was appropriate as is, with a condition to repair the garage, which I intended to do anyways, and they approved my project. I have spent over a year working with the various Los Gatos departments, including planning, building, and architecture, to ensure that my project is compliant with town codes and appropriate for my neighborhood. I'm hoping that you will take into the consideration of all the time and thorough review procedures the planning commissioners performed to ensure that my application was appropriately and competently approved. I am a first-time homeowner, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to build my dream home in this beautiful town that I have grown up in. I thank you for your time this evening. I'll pass it off to my architect, Chris Spalding, for further comments.
Mr. Spalding?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Sorry I can't be there in person. When I first saw this property and listened to Malia's goals for her home, I thought it was an ideal situation for asking for reduced front setbacks because the existing house only has 3.5 feet front setback, and we're asking for 12-foot setback to the house. The lesser 7-foot, 3-foot setbacks to the front porch, which we added which I think is a nice thing, and it was suggested by the town's consulting architect. I'm happy how that turned out, and that the existing garage, which has been there since 1923, predates the neighbor's house, and does not look great right now, but Malia bought it that way, and she's intending to fix it up. It'll look nice. It's the town generally, in the guidelines, likes to see garages set back from the street. Keeping this garage means the mass of the new house is less. You know, that garage has been part of the landscape for 100 years, so we will make it attractive again. It's legal non-conforming, so there's no reason that we need to tear it down. It's not in terrible condition. We can fix it up. Also, the house, this lot adjoins the commercial zoned North Santa Cruz adjacent property, which has a accessory dwelling unit that's actually over the property line onto our site and onto the public right of way. In the future, that building is likely to be replaced with something larger that also has probably only a 4-foot setback to Thurston. So, kind of the existing lesser setback situation that's happening now is, will continue into the future. So in my mind, I don't see anything about this project that when it's finished will not fit nicely into this neighborhood and be, a nice contributor to the whole town. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, Vice Mayor Hudis?
Yeah, I have questions about the garage. I know that's one of the items that the appellant objects to and is requesting the garage to be relocated and made smaller, but I'm really interested in what are the plans for that garage? Because it looks like it's going to fall down tomorrow. I understand the Planning Commission asked for some things to be done concurrently, but I'll explore that with staff. But what are the plans for the garage?
Just to repair it. It's actually not. It's not as. It looks worse than it actually is. It's got concrete block walls on the two sides that are joining the neighbors. It has a little dry rot in the rafters. The automobile door is probably the thing that's in worst condition, and that will all be replaced. And it will be trimmed out, painted, and the roofing material would be replaced to match the house.
Vice Mayor?
It looks like it might be large enough for a two-car garage. Is that what's going to happen?
No, it's not large enough for a two-car garage.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Spalding. All right, I will look to see if any speaker cards are coming forward. I see none. Are there any hands on Zoom that might wish to speak on this item?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we'll get to you when we can.
Marta?
Martha, welcome.
Sorry. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marta Iglesias Chamani. I spoke last time. We live in 105 Olive Street. We're the owners of that house. We are one of the houses that has that garage in our property line. Now, the architect said that it would be a nice addition to the neighborhood, but I would invite him to come over to our yard and see what the new house, when the poles you see them, what it does to our house and to our yard, how it makes it. It's appalling. Everybody that has come over, like, wow, that's gonna be a huge thing to you. And in the past, they showed in the last meeting, they showed a partial view of what they would see from the rear windows, from the back windows, and how they would put a bush there. They didn't address us at all. Like the following morning, I went to see, because at dark I couldn't see it. Those windows, that bush will not do anything for us. Plus, my husband then later pointed out the bush, we don't know whether that's going to die. That's not a long-term solution. And also, even the side windows on the south side would be looking at us. So now, in addition to the garage, we will be blocked by a huge building that is really tall, and that you can come. I would like you guys to come over and see what it does to all the houses on Olive Street, and see if it is an addition. Really, that's all.
Okay. Any questions? You have one more minute if you'd like to speak a little longer. No? Okay. Do we have any further hands on Zoom?
Bill?
Bill? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Bill Hops. I live at 101 Olive Street. First, I want to say I appreciate the opportunity to address all of you on the council. Our family is a long-term resident of Los Gatos, over 20 years. Our home adjoins a portion of the applicant's property. I encourage you to carefully consider the points made in our letter of opposition. In the time I've got, I'd like to make 3 key points consistent with that letter. Number 1, I want to highlight that the project applicant has never reached out to us to discuss the plans or our concerns during this entire process. This is disappointing and does not encourage community building. Having purchased a teardown property, I would have hoped they would engage with the existing property owners. The second point, the fundamental issue with this project is that they're trying to build a large and tall structure on a small lot. As the consulting architect notes, the project is not consistent with the size, scale, and bulk of homes in the neighborhood. The result is this project negatively impacts the privacy of our homes, blocks light from our backyards, and eliminates hillside views. Similar attempts to build two-story homes on Olive Street have been denied. If we are not going to follow the consulting architect recommendations, whose recommendations follow the town policy and guidelines, then why do we have them? The height and bulk of this project needs to be reconsidered. My third point is in reference to using trees or shrubs as a privacy solution. The objective was to eliminate their second-story views into our properties. The upstairs bedroom has an unimpeded view of the bedroom and the home directly behind it and sight lines into our yard and bedroom. Their proposed remedy is a 9 to 16-foot hedge at the lot line. As previously noted, landscape is really not a permanent solution. Further, putting a 9 to 16-foot hedge at our lot line to block their views into our yards has the unintended consequence of eliminating even more afternoon light on our properties. A permanent solution is to either eliminate the second story or modify the upstairs master bedroom windows that have views into our homes. Please send this back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hops. Any further hands? No? No speaker cards coming
Carolyn?
forward? All right. Welcome.
Hi, I live actually right between Bill Hobbs and Marta and her family. And everything that Bill says, both of them have said, is so true. And we feel like we have been really ignored on this whole process because it impacts all three of ours and Eric's next door, who is the appellate. It's our privacy is going to be completely destroyed. And as Bill said, the sunlight or the use of our backyard, it's all been completely, it's going to be impeded so much. And I really wish, along with my neighbors, that you would reconsider this and take a further look into it. It's and I feel for my neighbors with the garage situation. If you could see it from their yards, it's a whole different situation than what I feel you're seeing. So I do hope you'll reconsider and listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further hands up on Zoom?
There are no more hands on Zoom.
All right. I am going to invite the applicant to come back up for 3 minutes. And then after that, I will call the appellant, Mr. Raffia, for the final 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to state that my three neighbors who are on the line, who they were at the previous meeting, they cited their concerns, as I stated in my opening statement and also in my response tonight. They were given the opportunity to, address the setbacks, address the height concerns, address the location. The Planning Commission gave them various options, and they ultimately decided that as is was the best approach, because if moving it backward would, put the house closer to their property lines, which they did not want. They were given the chance, do you not want a two-story house? And they still said, no, it's fine. They were given the option, do you want to decrease the height of the house? Would that seriously impact, your privacy and concerns? No. Even moving the house forward, there were still concerns. And they ultimately decided that as is was the approach, and that was the approach that the planning commissioners took. Again, I want to be a good neighbor. I did take the time as part of my planning project to go and meet my neighbors. I went to everyone's house surrounding me. These two of the neighbors on the call were not there at the time. I work full time. I can't be expected to make every chance I get to go meet them. The neighbors did also have the opportunity to come address me directly with their concerns, but they have not. They've only gone through this process. If they want me to be neighborly, I'd like them to be neighborly as well. Again, I've done my best to be accommodating in different aspects of this. This is my first home, my dream home. I don't think I'm doing anything abnormal with the height. You know, it's a 10-foot, you know, and 9-foot. These aren't egregious heights for first floor and second floor. Again, I've put all the effort in to make sure I'm abiding by town codes, being consistent, and I think I have a really good project in place that has been approved. Pass it to Chris if he has any further comments.
You know, I'd like to ask you, at what point did you engage with the immediate neighbors? You said you tried, but they weren't home, or, I mean, did you just try once? Or, because this has kind of been a long design stage that you go through to get to this point.
Yes, it has been. It's been over a year to get to this point. I engaged with my neighbors last summer as part of the application. I'm encouraged to meet with my neighbors. I had to submit plans throughout the process. That's the extent.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hudes?
Yeah, thank you. Again, about the garage, do you plan to convert the garage to an ADU?
I do not. I plan to use it as a garage.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? You have 51 seconds left.
Chris, do you have any comments?
Mr. Spalding, would you wish to speak?
I would just, one thing I'd mention is that as part of this process, Malia agreed to make all the windows on her second floor on with 5-foot window sills and opaque glass, except for her 1-bedroom window, and to mitigate the privacy concerns from that one window. That's what the screen planting was for.
Okay. Thank you. I see no hands up. Thank you very much. Mr. Raffia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Got a couple things to run through. One, on the Planning Commission call, the applicant's architect indicated that he had suggested to the applicant to make modifications to the window, and the applicant decided that she didn't want to do it. Secondly, we have a noticing process. We have a consulting architect for the town. I don't understand what the point of that is if we're not going to take consideration of what comes from that. Another point is during the HCD call, Councilmember Ristow mentioned something about preserving historic charm of the downtown zone, and I think I would ask that you take that into consideration. The front setback, Commissioner Mayor, Planning Commissioner Mayor asked for clarity on the setback, and it was confirmed to be 7 feet 3 from 10. So I'm not sure where the 12 came from. I had asked Maria Chavarin for a copy of the permit, and it was issued for 1948 in the garage. The architect said 1923, so there's a discrepancy there. Let's see, I'm not trying to stymie a second floor. I'm not trying to stymie development. I'm in commercial real estate. I understand development. What I'm saying is if you take a look at the garage, it's a single-star garage. What we're hearing is the applicant's going to maintain that garage. It's not going to make it a 2-car garage. There's about 7 or 8 feet from the garage door to my property line. If that garage is moved up 5 feet and 5 feet is lopped off, it's going to be within compliance with the town code for the side setback. And I'll get a fence. My neighbor will get a fence. I think after 60, 70, 80 years, it's your opportunity to fix this non-compliance. It's not to kick the can down the road another 60 or 70 years. The applicant's father also indicated that he was going to plant trees potentially up to 14 to 16 feet. I understand there may be a landscaping plan that may be different than that, but that's what was said during the Planning Commission hearing. I hope that all of you took the time to listen to it. I was unfortunately unable to make that. I was a pallbearer for my friend's funeral in Guam, so that was more important to me than being here for a Planning Commission meeting. And yeah, I mean, this is just more subjective than objective. One thing that happened, which I was surprised, is the applicant offered to reduce the building height by a foot. 2 planning commissioners reversed their willingness to make that concession. That demonstrates extreme subjectiveness because they felt small homes feel stuffy with an 8.5 versus 9 foot. Thank you.
Mr. Raffia, if you could come back. I'm sorry for the loss of your friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
When I look at your appeal, you mentioned the setback and the garage, and now you're going a little further with the bulk and mass, with the height. Is it a number of things, or it just you specifically cite the setback and the garage?
Well, I'm just saying the Planning Commission took the liberty to grant a front setback that is not congruent with the town code. They had an opportunity at that time to try to bring this non-conforming structure into conformance because it's not going to detract from the property. That garage can stay where it's at. If you take a look at the picture, you can see there's a significant amount of room from the garage door to my property line. They're citing a cost. To me, that's not a hardship. You know the size of the property when you acquire it. You know the development standards when you acquire it. You know the nature of the neighborhood by just walking in with your 2 eyes. That is not a hardship. Just because you bought for the property and construction costs are what they are, that's not a grounds. I think the town has a duty to, over time, remedy non-conforming structures. And this was the opportunity to do it. Instead, they granted a significantly reduced setback. That could potentially determine a precedent in the neighborhood for every other home to be 7'3", and didn't do anything about the garage. At the same time, you do have a massing problem. Now, it doesn't affect me. The trees are not going to affect me, but I just bring that up so that you guys understand holistically there's an issue here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
Couple questions. So your home doesn't look original. Did you remodel it or did you buy it remodeled?
I remodeled it. I actually grew up in that home. I've been there since 1993. My parents retired. They left. My father got sick. I bought another home, and that's why they're back.
The reason I ask is kind of the difference in the height. Your house looks like it's been designed with a low-slung roof, and the house that is now proposed doesn't have that. So it seems like you went through the process of trying to keep it fitting to the neighborhood by building a low-slung roof. I
did not build that. That second story was existing. There's about a 5-foot difference, if I recall, from the Planning Commission hearing from the height that's being proposed at 212 Thurston and my property. For their benefit, part of that is because it's from the garage and their home sits up 2 feet. I believe they're putting in a basement. I've been told from some of the neighbors that have been here for many, many years, the intent of the town to encourage second stories was you either get a second story or a basement. It's kind of been evolved into where everybody's kind of getting both at this point, and I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. It's just a 4,500 square foot lot, and it's, I think one of the planning commissioners indicated that it's amongst the highest or the highest FAR in the neighborhood, and you're jamming it on a 4,500 foot lot. So that's more to speak to the massing is more of an issue for my neighbors.
Okay, to be honest with you, the mayor kind of started asking the same questions I was thinking too. It looks like you're unhappy with the garage not being moved off the property line, and the town attorney during the hearing made it clear that it wasn't part of the project and it wasn't within the purview of the planning commission to require that the garage to be changed. It feels like you're now inventing all these other things because you don't like the garage.
No, I'm just substantiate the fact that the town so it's non-conforming, legally non-conforming, potentially. There's a discrepancy between the permit and the date that they said that thing There's also a provision of the code, which I don't know if it applies here, which says if something costs more than 50%, it's considered a reconstruction. A reconstruction indicates you got to bring it up into the zoning code within the confines of the zoning ordinance. And so that could be a question for the town attorney. However, I'm just pointing out that holistically, the town planning commission granted all these variances, but when they have an opportunity to fix a non-conforming element of a project and it can still stay a one-car garage, I don't think it's going to impact their yard. It's just going to increase. They're just going to have a 5-foot landscape strip down the side, potentially move the garage up. I feel really bad for Marta. If you go to her yard and look at what you're seeing, you're seeing CMU blocks in her backyard. Even if you paint it, it's still CMU blocks on her property line. I think that's just the disappointment I have in the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. In the applicant's letter, they state that ultimately the neighbors determined that the current setbacks and heights best addressed any privacy and sunlight concerns. Does that accurately reflect you as one of the neighbors?
I haven't spoken to the applicant. The only interaction I believe that's been had is they came over. We were replacing a fence, and but it doesn't affect me. The sunlight I don't think is going to affect me unless they start lining 14-foot trees going on the west side of their property.
Okay, so just to be clear, the current setbacks and heights in their application best address any privacy and sunlight concerns that you might have.
The setbacks don't, because right now I would like the benefit of a fence, and right now I've got the benefit or the detriment of a dilapidated garage.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for staff that might need some clarification while you're here, because you mentioned granting of a variance, but I believe that when we do a setback exception, especially for a non-conforming lot per Town Code Section 29.20.150, it's not a variance, it's just an exception?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Raffia? See none. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I am going to close public comment, and I'm going to look to my fellow council members for comments. Vice Mayor.
A question for staff. The appellant is asking for changes to the garage. Is that within the purview of the Planning Commission or within the application?
The application originally did not include the garage as part of the architecture and site. So the property owner agreed to the additional condition of approval through the Planning Commission. Planning staff may have additional information to add.
And since the garage is a separate structure from the proposed residence, the garage is lawfully entitled to remain as a legal non-conforming building.
Vice Mayor?
Just to follow up with regard to ADU, can that garage be converted to an ADU in its current location?
Yes, it can.
And so if I'm correct, then the applicant stated that they didn't plan to do that, but given that that's located there and there might be a future owner of that home, that could be turned into an ADU. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then coming back, and if that were to happen, even though it's in a non-conforming location, there's nothing that can be done about that or that location now at this time. Is that correct?
The only limitation would be that the non-conforming building could not be expanded.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. Again, the appeal is essentially saying the setback and the condition approval for the existing garage to remain. But he also brought up some other issues that weren't part of his appeal that have to do with, bulk and mass and maybe fitting within the character of the neighborhood. Are we to consider that, or are we strictly looking at the setback that the appellant is appealing on?
The zoning code provides that in order to appeal a planning commission decision, an appellant needs to submit documentation showing how they believe that the planning commission erred. And so this appellant did submit that information. It's my opinion that an appellant can supplement that information with additional concerns. And if the town council needs more time to consider the additional information that was provided, one option would be to continue the hearing.
Thank you. Councilmember Ristow.
First of all, as a disclosure, I just wanted to mention that I visited the property because I don't think we did disclosures. And I did actually spend about a half an hour today walking that neighborhood. And by the neighborhood, I mean like the 5 or 6 blocks all around it. And a couple of observations just because, well, first of all, I watched the Planning Commission meeting and then I read the minutes. So I appreciate that staff provided verbatim minutes with that. And walking that neighborhood, I mean, it's a really wonderful kind of transitional neighborhood with a variety of different types of housing, older, smaller, newer, bigger. It's all over the place. And so some of the things I looked at were setback. And on that street, as well as 2 streets over, another street over, there's a variety of setbacks, some with the houses coming all the way forward. So what I look at is when we define a setback, we might have a rule for a certain area, but as houses were built over time, especially older houses, they've got a variety of different setbacks. So I was kind of looking at, what fit into that neighborhood. I saw at least 2 houses with metal seam roofs. I saw homes that were turned sideways. Thurston's a pretty small street. Anyway, I just kind of walked around to get a feeling for what that whole neighborhood looked like. Where I'm really going, though, is, after listening to the Planning Commission meeting and reading the minutes, I felt like the Planning Commission thoroughly discussed each of the issues and tried to address what were the issues there, what was before them. On a small lot like that, and in that neighborhood, there are exceptions all over the place. And part of what I found charming and quaint is that it doesn't look cookie cutter. There's a lot of different homes, and what I felt like it was friendly. They're not set back with giant fences in front of them. Everything felt walkable and approachable. It's in a beautiful walkable neighborhood. And so I thought about that. I thought about the fact that on Nicholson in downtown area, there's a house, I believe it, at least at one point, had the claim to fame of being the smallest house on the smallest lot in Santa Clara County. And I did actually tour it at one point after it was built. And one of the things that made it feel spacious and not totally cramped and tiny was the fact that it had 11-foot high ceilings. I might be getting it wrong. It might be 10 or 12, but it had very tall ceilings. And so when you were in that space, you didn't feel like you were crammed in. So when I listened to the Planning Commission talk about whether they could lop off a couple of inches from each floor plate, I was in agreement with them that higher ceilings make a smaller space airier. And I do live in a small 1880s home with 11-foot ceilings, and I will disclose that if I could turn my kitchen sideways, I'd have more space because my kitchen is only 8.5 feet wide. But anyway, it feels airy. I also looked around at the garages and lot lines, and in that neighborhood, as well as in my neighborhood, there are some really old small garages that are literally on the lot line, typically on 2 sides. And I know that, or I believe, I should ask staff, if you touch that or if you take it down, you can never rebuild it on that space. And so I think that's why I and a bunch of my neighbors have their small old garages still sitting on the lot line. And the garage wasn't under the purview of that hearing, but it got brought up as a condition of approval, and the applicant did agree to repair the garage. And one of the things I think is important, because I and my neighbors have done this, is when we've fixed up or added siding to our garages, we work with our next our nearby neighbors and let them paint it whatever color they want, or if there's some kind of siding they want to put on. So I think there's ways that can be addressed. So those are kind of the things going through my head right now. I also would say that, and I've said this every time we have an appeal, I need a really high bar to overturn a planning commission decision, because I feel like it is their job to make these land use decisions, and I would need a lot of evidence or to see something really egregious, off the bat, to want to second guess their experience and their decision making. So that's kind of where I'm sitting. I'm happy to hear what my fellow council members think.
Councilmember Rennie?
So pretty much similar story for me. I walk that neighborhood frequently with my dogs on the way to the Safeway and pet people and so forth. Disclosure, I walked by the property. I didn't go on the property, but again, I walked the neighborhoods with the dogs. I also read the Planning Commission verbatim minutes, and I also thought that they did a good job of discussing the height and the architect's recommendations and which ones they didn't think were important to follow and which ones were. The biggest problem I have with even trying to grant the appeal is we could go and say, the house is taller than the house next door by a couple feet, lowered a foot. We could do some of these things. But I don't think it's going to help the appellant. The appellant wants the garage moved, which we don't have the ability to make any comments on. We can make comments, but we can't require any changes to the garage. So it feels like granting the appeal only causes pain to the applicant and doesn't solve the problem of the appellant. On the front setback, it looks like it's an improvement to me. We've gone from 3.5 feet to 7 feet, so it's getting better from what exists. There's another house right next to it that looks like it's even sitting on the public right of way. It's coming almost onto the sidewalk next to it. Other streets, we've had questions of setbacks also in other streets in this neighborhood. I think the one on this, most of them were pretty close to compliant. I think there was one on the other side that wasn't. The other streets that are similar has some non-compliance. So this is becoming more compliant. So I think the Planning Commission did a fine job of allowing the proposed setback that is a non-compliant setback. The house is only 1,600 square feet above ground. It's a small house, so everything you start chopping into that. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. There was comments about landscaping. It's actually fairly standard that we require landscaping to help privacy issues. That's done over and over again. So that seems appropriate. From what I heard, the applicant changed all the windows in the back to be 5-foot sills, so it's difficult to look down on somebody. I can understand needing at least one window to be able to look out in the backyard and see if the kids are okay. So I just don't know how you improve this any better. And again, I don't think any changes are going to help the appellant. It's just punitive to the applicant.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I very much hear and sympathize with the concerns that I heard this evening from the neighbors, but I generally agree with the council members who spoke before me. I think what we have to ask ourselves here, if there was an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission, and I cannot find one, I think the Planning Commission had a really thoughtful and thorough discussion about this. I see that this is not an easy one, but I think that the Planning Commission did not make an error in its decision, and so I don't think I'll be supporting the appeal.
Okay, I will add my comments, and this was not a unanimous decision of the Planning Commission. In fact, neighborhood compatibility and neighborhood character issues were at stake, along with bulk and mass, and possibly reducing the height that seemed to be dismissed as not being significant. So with that, with the public testimony that we heard tonight, I would prefer to continue the application to allow the appellant time to supplement additional concerns as addressed by the public testimony. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I do want to disclose I was at the site and met with Mr. Raffia this afternoon. It was very helpful to understand the situation. In looking at this in total, I think the primary issue is with the garage, and with it becoming an ADU. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything that can require any change to that location. I think that would be an improvement. I think it would make for much better neighbors. But I think keeping it where it is likely to end up as an ADU at some point, and I think it will be a challenge. But I don't believe there's anything that can be done about that at this time. And so in reviewing the Planning Commission's deliberations, I didn't see any error or abuse or any new information, which is another possibility to come forward that was significant. So I also will be not be supporting the appeal.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt the resolution in Attachment 7, which denies an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve the demolition of this existing single-family residence and construction of a new single-family residence with the reduced setbacks on property zoned R1D located at 212 Thurston Street.
Okay. Do I have a second? Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I'll second the motion. And I do want to say that I do have sympathy for the appellant and for the neighbors. I think, I live on a lot with really tight lot lines. We can see in each other's windows, although those were the conditions when I bought my house. And I think, these small, funky areas, you just got to get along with your neighbors and hopefully have good plants planted up and, have some good window shades. But I think the things that our appellant wants us to address really are not under our purview, or I can't find that the Planning Commission erred.
All right, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-1 with the mayor opposed. Our next item is item number 10. And that's to review input on the interim community center. And I look forward to a report from Ms. Nomura.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm here to give the report on the input received for the interim community center, as well as see if council would be interested in authorizing the town manager to issue a request for proposals. Oh, that was interesting. For potential service providers. And so we've had a few discussions about this. In November, at that council meeting, we discussed kind of a timeline and steps to take. The first step involved hosting a community meeting, or that community convening. That took place on January 25th. Okay. Sorry if the mic is going in and out.
You're fine.
And then on step 2, is to receive the CHSSC's recommendation on items relevant to the request for proposals, or the RFP, for community partners, such as types of community partners and selection criteria. This occurred on February 15th. They also did provide other comments, which I'll share shortly. Step 3 was to return to council with the CHSSC's recommendation, and that is where we are at tonight. After this, assuming council authorizes it, we will issue the RFP. We will then return to council with the final selection of community partners, discuss any potential physical near-term improvements and operational support needed, and then return to the CHSSC for a recommendation on near-term improvements and operational support. Then we will return to council with that recommendation and consideration. And then once we kind of have an idea of what council would like us to pursue, we'll hire an architect to provide cost estimates for the prioritized items, and then return to council with those cost estimates. While a lot of this is dependent on how quickly, input is received, how all this can go, I am hopeful that we can return to the CHSSC for the recommendation on near-term improvements in May and return to council with that recommendation in June. It is a little bit of an ambitious timeline, but I know that you all probably want to have an idea of what we're thinking. And so at the February 15th CHSSC meeting, they recommended that the following criteria be used in the RFP, and that eligible service providers should be a nonprofit that serves Los Gatos and others, have a volunteer support base, have needs themselves, such as for space and possibly financial needs, address basic needs such as health, wellness, mental health, food needs, housing, and transportation, and that they be willing to rotate in a shared space. In addition, CHSSC provided a list of non-exhaustive list of examples of providers that the town should be looking for, such as Cassie, West Valley Community Services, Health Trust, SourceWise, Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services, and plant-based advocates. The CHSSC also made some recommendations regarding physical near-term improvements. They recommended that funds be applied to create a space for hybrid or Zoom meetings with modern equipment and a space with shared desks to be used by local service providers. They also recommended that consultant and designer work expenses be kept to a minimum, and that all additional funds should be conserved for developing a future community center. And so for tonight, as I mentioned, we're trying to finalize our RFP so we can get on with that next step quickly. And so staff recommends that the RFP be open to any nonprofit service provider serving Los Gatos, with an emphasis on those providing basic needs such as health, wellness, mental health, food needs, housing, and transportation. We also, as staff, recommend that the criteria to assist in selecting those top candidates include the extent to which the provider serves basic needs and serves an unmet need in the community, the extent to which they already serve Los Gatos residents in the community, the extent to which the provider could expand or enhance services with the additional interim community center space. This would include an evaluation of how much the provider needs additional space for their services, the extent of the provider's volunteer base and how they can effectively support a service at the interim community center, the extent to which the provider's service lends itself to being successful in a rotational shared space at the interim community center, and that each provider selected should be a service that is unique and not duplicative of other selected service providers in this process. Since service providers can offer a variety of services, some of their services may overlap, but we would recommend that they have at least one unique service offering. In addition, at the community meeting, it was asked whether or not service providers would need to pay for space and whether they would be paid to provide services. And so staff recommends that if the council wishes to charge a fee, that it just be a nominal fee to cover the administrative costs of their rotational scheduling, printing, storage, janitorial, internet, etc. In addition, the town would, as discussed previously, unless we receive different direction from council, the town would not monetarily compensate providers selected to take advantage of this opportunity. I think the hope is that this is all mutually beneficial, and staff looks forward to council direction on these matters. Again, we're interested in your direction on the criteria and what you want in this RFP, and for that authorization to proceed. After the RFP concludes, staff will return to council with the selected service providers. Thank you, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you for the report. Very much appreciated. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had a question about the volunteerism aspect of this. Is the expectation that service providers will volunteer for the overall interim community center, or what was the discussion around volunteerism? Because I know some of the nonprofits that were listed don't necessarily have a volunteer base, and so I don't want to make that a requirement. So I'm curious what the conversation was.
Sure, and I'm sure if anyone from the CHSSC would like to chime in, they can as public comment. But from my understanding of the discussion, it was to ensure that they could be successful. Do they have the resources and the support and the volunteer base necessary to expand to such a space and things of that nature? There may be more to it, but that is what I gleaned from that. And that's also why in our recommendation in the staff recommendation for criteria or what we're looking for, it says the extent of the provider's volunteer base and how they can effectively support a service at the interim community center, to allow for perhaps, if a service provider offers financial advisement, that's not something many people might be qualified to just volunteer as, but are they equipped to expand to this space?
Councilmember Moore.
And so just a quick comment, and we can talk about this more in discussion, but I would maybe for the council, we could think about changing that to volunteer or staffing, because I think a lot of these organizations have paid staff rather than volunteers.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I mean, that's interesting. As I look down the criteria, I put a red mark there because I was thinking, I don't think CASI operates by volunteers. I think a lot of these organizations are professional organizations, these nonprofits. And so putting that criteria that they have volunteers might actually wipe out a lot of the choices that were listed. Thank you.
I agree. Any further hands up? Seeing none, no further questions? All right, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. And we do have one speaker card. So I'm going to call Eleanor Yick.
Good evening, council members, staff, Mayor Badami, and Vice Mayor Hudes. I'm here tonight really to run some ideas by you regarding the next steps to be taken in terms of the ideas for the interim community center. So I've written my comments tonight to make sure that I cover everything that I want to say within the 3 minutes. So some of it will be repetitive of the report, but it adds to the context. The CHSSC was pleased to co-host, along with the town staff, the community input meeting held on January 25th. A crowd of approximately 40 community members were in attendance and were very enthusiastic about responding to the first question that we had to deal with was, what near-term improvements would you like to see the adult recreation center or interim community center make to the space, make the space more welcoming for all ages? And then subsequent discussions focused on the service providers and their needs and maybe the capacity to host them. Then subsequently, a special CHSSC meeting was held on February 15th to specifically, to my mind, identify the top 3 recommendations that emerged from the community input meeting. Although the meeting did focus on the needs of potential service providers and criteria to be used in their selection, the CHSSC did spend some time discussing the top ideas regarding the near-term improvements. Reading through all the comments from the 5 community groups, which I think were included in your packet, there appeared to be a broad consensus on the suggested interim improvements. Namely, the needed improvements centered on aspects related to the equipment or technology, such as an in-wall integrated AV system, the OWL 360 system, noise dampening, ADA compliance, etc., for hybrid virtual meeting rooms in several designated areas or rooms of various sizes, particularly in the large room downstairs, and addressing the storage needs that go along with this. The second broad idea that came forward was better utilization of available spaces, including the second floor, to maximize usage that includes a room for service providers. And lastly, there was some consensus around this idea of limiting or being very careful about spending the available funding and the amount that you would spend on design or consultant purposes, keeping in mind that this is an interim community center or potentially a brand new community center. So if you are careful about the funds that you spend on the interim improvements. The rest would be put aside in a reserved fund for whatever evolves eventually. In light of the above, and looking at the steps identified in the staff report included in this meeting's agenda packet, the motion that was made and approved at our last CHSSC meeting related to the top recommendations will actually allow the process to keep moving along now, rather than waiting till the RFP has been issued.
Okay, Ms. Yek?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Can you elaborate on the motion that the commission made?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the actual wording of the motion that was made. I was attempting to get that before the meeting, but I wasn't able to. But after a lot of discussion about what the near-term improvements could be, there was a motion made by Jeff Blum that included the general aspects that I refer to here. The technology hybrid room in some designated spaces, and particularly in the large room. The other about the utilization of space, particularly upstairs on the second floor, to provide more space for community meetings or just for programs or whatever, and very importantly, service providers. And lastly, this idea about being careful about the spending the available funds and being respectful that a reserve could be kept for future usage. So I don't have the actual wording of the motion, and I don't know if you do, Katie. You do? Okay.
Yeah, it's or it's not verbatim, but essentially I captured that in the staff report in the background section.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Yek. I had, since I was in the meeting, I was trying to take notes at the time, but I had the impression that the commission was concerned about waiting until after an RFP was done in order to start moving forward with some of the planning for the physical improvements that were made. Could you elaborate on that?
I think you've captured that correctly. I think when we began the meeting, or actually going back to the end of the first meeting, we anticipated in the second meeting that we would just really be focused on the top 3 recommendations without even a lot of detail behind it, just identifying what they were. Now, when the agenda was finalized, it focused the meeting more on discussing needs of service providers and criteria for selecting them. But in order to even get to that point, members of the commission, myself included, felt, well, we really need to know what are the top recommendations before we start talking about any specific aspects of that program. So we had a limited discussion with people looking at all their paperwork with all the reports from the various subcommittees and saying, well, what were the general ideas? For example, at one point I said, well, I think the general idea is this. And a fellow commissioner said, no, mine was a little bit different. So those ideas that are in here were brought up. So we felt we needed that context. Oh, the major ideas relate to technology, hybrid rooms, available space, yes, for service providers, and then how the funds were spent.
Okay, that's helpful. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, one of the recommendations was a space with shared desks to be used by local service providers, and it seemed as though we were trying to figure out who were the selected providers before we designed the room. And I know you have some experience in providing, in your professional background in this. It seemed to me a little bit strange that we were doing that because the providers are all providing professional services where they have clients and they're working with them. We're not talking about pickleball or yoga or something that might have very specialized physical requirements. Is that correct?
I think so, and I think where the comment came, and I do remember talking to this specifically because when I was a school principal, we had many service providers coming in, and they all wanted their own room, which of course we did not have. So, we would allocate the space that was available, and typically it was an empty room someplace that maybe 3 or 4 of them had to share. So the way I always approached it as a school principal were, what were the most important services that I would love to have on my campus here, because I will probably get more service. And so I would prioritize them that way. And then again, the space that I had was the space that I had. And they ultimately had to make a decision whether it would work for them or not, you know, and some people made it work and others were uncomfortable, or whatever, the decision was theirs ultimately in the end. So I felt a little uncomfortable with aspects of the conversation that were, what are the needs of the service providers? And I do think one of the council members said, well, it should be what are the needs of the community that we're going to hope the service providers will bring to us. That's paramount. And then the space is whatever we have available.
Did that answer your question,
Yeah,
Vice Mayor?
absolutely. It was very helpful.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Yick. When you were talking about what are the needs of the community, do you feel like the criteria that are put forth for the service providers would help us select people that meet the needs of the community?
Yeah, I think we agreed on the criteria that we came up with.
Okay, so this criteria is good.
Yeah, we felt it was sufficient to guide the process.
Okay, and then I guess what I'm concerned about is I thought we have a big concern about getting service providers in, and so knowing which service providers might come in might tell us if the space we already have will work, or if we have to subdivide, you know, really small spaces, or how that works. So, you know, I would like you to convince me. I thought it made more sense to find out who's coming in and then figure out small tweaks to the space allocation, as opposed to setting the space and then realizing we can only have 3 service providers and we really want 6.
Yeah, I was really coming much more from a space of this is what we have available. And that goes back to what's the top recommendation. So it is to equip various spaces. Now, some of those small rooms, I'm not really familiar with all the rooms in the recreation center, or the ones upstairs are the ones I'm not familiar with at all. So are they very small? Do we need to even entertain taking down a wall? Can we do that? You know, that kind of all goes into part of that consulting with an architect and determining what you can do. So I think it's a mixed approach. And certainly my own experience was, this is what I have. I can't make any adjustments. You know, now, if you go back and you say, well, if we get the process moving along and there's a potential to make some structural changes, then that opens it up a different way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yick. Councilmember Rennie?
So do you envision any of the service providers charging our community for services? Or
No,
are they, I mean,
did-
most I can think of are, you know, they're providing for free services. But
Exactly.
I wanted to make sure that there isn't some that would be charging.
That we would be charging,
No,
or
that
they would be charging?
They would be charging
No.
their clients.
To my mind, the service providers that we would invite would not be charging us to use the room, and would not be charging our community to take part in or to avail themselves of their services.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to check. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yick. I need to see if there's any public speakers waiting on Zoom.
We have one hand raised. Tom?
Welcome. Tom?
Hello, yes, I'm here. It's Tom Hickrow. I'm speaking for myself, and I'd like to say I support the proposed things that are being done in each of the elements as discussed in the staff report. And my concern, which has just been discussed, I think, with Council and Eleanor Yick, Chair of CHSSC, is the proposed requirement to issue the RFP, wait back, and make a selection on who will be the users before one begins to work on what are the improvements that would be made. My reasons are as follows. It's being referred to service providers providers would be being using rotational shared space. The building is very limited in the rooms, and if we want, we have limited funds available. And if we aren't going to make sense for us to rebuild or redesign the interior of this building for an interim solution for a few years, then it makes no sense to me to have to identify the details of the service providers. I really believe that one should be doing the RFP process and discussing the physical near-term improvements in parallel. I think without doing that, the delay is going to be more than the 3 months suggested. I would guess considerably more. I may be wrong, but I do think it will take extra staff time, extra town administration time, and council time, and that we should just get on with it. So that's my decision. Thank you. My observation.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? See none. Thank you, Mr. Pickrow. Any other hands raised on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Right, no speaker cards coming forward. So I'm going to close public comment and look to my council members for comments, a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
Mine is sort of a question for staff, starting with, so my concern when I see the words RFP is that we might go overboard and create something that's too complicated. I realize collecting this criteria is a good idea, but we're asking organizations that provide free services to people to do some extra paperwork, right? I want to make it easy for them. We're asking them, come use our facility and give us free services. So I want to make sure we're doing it in a way that's easy on them, because we're really asking them for a favor. I understand, well, we want to see who's interested and see how many we can fit and how often they want to come and all this kind of stuff. I just want to also make it easy on them. So can you respond to that about the RFP? Not going to be a 12-page document that they spend a week collecting information for.
Sure, that's a great question. I think we could make it as complicated or as simple as we would like. I think based on the conversation today, once council kind of sets, this is what we're looking for, this is the kind of criteria we want you to use to evaluate, we'll ask questions pertaining to that criteria so that we feel comfortable that we are able to gain enough information to make those evaluations and to help make a recommendation on who should be able to use that space. But yes, we can take that feedback and try to make it as easy on them as possible.
Thank you.
And through the mayor, we can also frame it more as a request for interest. Maybe that will make it less daunting to our partners. So we take those comments seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow. I saw his hand up first.
Yeah, thank you. The concern that's been raised is one that I'm very concerned about. We passed a motion to create a community center development fund, and that was several months ago. And we went through an important process of collecting community input, but that took time. And so I'm concerned that if we wait for an RFP process to conclude, that it would take even more time, and frankly, some of our older adults can't wait. And some of these services are really important. So I was really going to advocate for us doing these in parallel. That is, preparing a request for interest, because I think that doesn't require a formal of a proposal that might be inappropriate, but I think the criteria that the CHSSC developed in collaboration with the assistant town manager. I think get to that. I do think that it would be important to allow for staff as well as volunteers, but to do that in parallel with the core recommendation. And I think it was wonderful that we had this community input and so many ideas, but it was also very tough to narrow that down into 3 recommendations. And I think the CHSSC actually did that. And so I think that those could go in parallel. And I have some thoughts about words for that, but I just wanted to get other council members' thoughts first.
Okay, Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. So this is interesting. I just finished creating a 30-page RFP for a childcare provider from my nonprofit to find childcare providers that are other nonprofits, and it is very involved. The RFP is like I wrote it way overly complicated. There's so much insurance and all of that. So I think as much as we can kind of break it down will be a good thing. But what's interesting about that too is that in that RFP that I created, we are likely knocking down walls for that childcare provider in our space. And we had a discussion about whether or not we want to knock down the walls preemptively, because the provider's likely to need that done either way, or if we want to have the provider be involved in the decision-making process. And we decided that it made a lot more sense to have the provider be involved in the decision-making process. And for us, it also delayed the opening by a couple of months. But I think if these folks are going to be in here for a long time, I think as compelling as we can make this space is a good thing. And so I guess I'm curious about how much the process would be delayed, or if we try to do something in parallel, if the providers could still provide input. If we're creating this space for them, I want them to have a say. Yeah, so I guess how much would the process be delayed what are kind of the timeline options?
Got it. So going back to my notes. I think whether you start giving that input today on, near-term improvements, or we start that in June, that's kind of the difference that we're looking at. If I could also offer a suggestion, given on the kind of the motion that was made at CHSSC, if the council wished to provide direction to move forward with the hybrid Zoom meeting type of improvements, that's direction that we can take and feedback we can take as we go out for the RFP, still keeping in mind that there is going to be further discussion about near-term improvements once those service providers are selected.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of parallel work can be done as we start moving forward on this. I think the RFP sounds daunting, but in terms of the information we need, we're going, in my mind, we'd want to find out how many groups are interested in being here that will not charge a fee, that will potentially at least cover their costs of being in there. Maybe not rent, but, supplies or whatever. And also I would be interested in knowing how many days a week they would want to be in, because I don't want to presuppose everyone's going to be there for 2 hours once a week. There might be one service provider that wants to be there 3 days a week for 4 hours, somebody else that's going to come in once a week. And I think understanding who has that interest that really wants to be here and how much they want really will then drive what kind of space we want to allocate. I could also envision that there might be a service provider who's okay talking to a client and sharing a room with someone else, that you're not doing something so confidential that you can share information here and at the other side of the room, somebody else can be having a one-on-one conversation, and they can share that space simultaneously. And there might be others, like Cassie or a counseling service, that would need a complete closed room. So I am concerned that the number of providers that might be interested, are we going to get 2 people that say they're interested? In the end, is there? I think there is, but we don't know how big it is. Or will we have 20 people that want to be there? And so I think some of that really will then drive a discussion about, do we need a Zoom room? Is it all going to be in person? How's that going to work? So I do really think it's important to get that feedback before we do too much on any structural changes, personally.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think the comments have been made really argue for a parallel approach and an iterative one in which we seek information from providers and the actual physical design might change as a result of that. I don't think we would get that, frankly, by doing it in a serial way, by completing an RFI and then doing that. So I'm actually, I'd like to try to move this along and make a motion. So I would restate my understanding of the CHSSC motion to move that the funds be applied to create, number one, a space for hybrid Zoom meetings with modern equipment, and number two, a space for shared desks to be used by local service providers. And number three, consultant and designer work expenses should be kept to a minimum, and all additional funds should be conserved for developing a future community center. Also, in parallel with that, authorize the town manager to issue a request for interest for service providers with the basis that's provided by the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, with the addition of staff as well as volunteers to that section of what they've recommended.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie?
I will go ahead and second it. It all sounds pretty good, I think. So I'll second it for discussion. I would also support the idea of trying to work in parallel. I think if we sit and think about what kind of services we're going to want, we probably can get most of the needs. I mean, the first question is, are there any of the services that they might need something more than a shared desk? Councilmember Risto mentioned privacy, so that's an important one to think about. Also, is there any service where people might need to lay down, I don't know, a mental health service or something? Do we need a certain amount of storage space because we have a provider that gives out large quantities of things? Maybe West Valley Community Services wants to make a mini shopping to give out food or something. I don't know if we want to allow that or not, but my point is I think we can do, as Councilmember Hughes suggests, a lot in parallel if we just do a little thinking about what are the variety of services and what might they want. We might miss a few things and we could adjust, but I suspect we could come up with a pretty good feel for what we need so we can start moving ahead with adjusting the space.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I'm generally in favor of most of the motion. I guess what I'm thinking about is, as we talk about some of these improvements, because now we're going beyond the RFP and we're talking about some of the improvements that were brought up, what I'm trying to understand, and it's not clear to me, is which of these improvements are first going to need underlying work on the building. And, I'm looking at, if we're going to improve a room, is before we add technology, do we have to do some of these other things? And are we looking at some of this is going to fall under a capital program and some of this is going to fall under the additional stuff we do to the adult center? Or because when we went through a meeting a while ago and talked about all the needs for this building, that used up most of this money. And so if we're going above and beyond, I don't see how we put the lipstick on unless we make sure the pig is in good health. I hate that analogy. But I'm just trying to understand this motion. The other thing is I'm not necessarily sure I want to take any of the money that we've allocated to our short-term adult or community center, and whatever we don't spend goes into some fund for something else that I have a different opinion about. But are we going to need ongoing money for operation or other enhancements? And so I would just like to see a fuller budget. On the separate note, I just think an entire community center is going to be, I don't know, $35 million. It's going to be something so big in my mind that I think we're really going to need to look in the future toward a bond measure or something big for that. And so I would rather not just be squirreling away a couple $100,000 here, a couple $100,000 there towards something that's maybe 8 to 10 years away, as opposed to spending that on other things we have to do now and do the big fundraising later. So that's why I may not be able to support this motion. But I don't know if staff can answer my question.
Through the mayor, and then actually since Director Burnham is here, I think we also need to engage with our Public Works Director. You know, I think we're essentially looking at the sequence that council saw earlier, and we're moving things up. I think from a staff perspective and the interest of the council to use our funds most carefully, we don't want to design and then have to redesign and then maybe even design a third time. So I think we're still in the information gathering phase. So we have the CHSSC recommendation. We've got the top 3, which is great. That's very, very helpful. Now we need to hear the service provider side of what their needs are. And then the other component is our tenant. You know, we are continuing to need to work with our existing tenant that is in the building and using the space. You know, I think as we think about, you know, how much of the space is going to be used for just community purposes versus service providing, that kind of is a different kind of question. You know, it's one thing if we put the technology in the large gathering room, but is there also a need for smaller meetings amongst our community members? And what does that then mean for service providing? So there's still a lot of questions that will need to be asked and answered. And I just want to make sure that both our assistant town manager and public works director also have input, as well as our building official, because this really touches, you know, so many town departments. At this point, we see the funding primarily for the council's intention of the interim community center. If there are other challenges that come up as we are working on this project, we may need a separate capital project to address those. So we're trying to protect the funds that council has set aside for this purpose. But again, we've got other team members and experts here to support the council.
Yeah, thanks, Laurel. I agree with everything that Laurel just said. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. I would just add that, you know, in listening to the conversation, it does feel important to me to ask the providers what they need instead of us trying to figure that out ahead of time. I think it just feels like it's going to be important for them to, you know, and maybe that's one of the questions we ask them in an RFI, like, what would you need in this space? And then we can decide if we can provide it or not, you know, to the comments that were made earlier. If someone wants to do food distribution and needs major storage, can we really provide that? And that will guide some future decision making. So while I appreciate that means we're doing things maybe more sequentially, there might be some things we could do to get ahead of the issue, though, also we have on-call architects. So we could, as soon as we are starting to get, you know, information back, we could start working, you know, asking architects for proposals to work with us. Like, we can try to overlap some of the service to reduce the time frame. But
thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so a couple of comments. So I think what the director just described makes a lot of sense to me in terms of sequence of events. West, you know, to use this example a little bit more, West Valley Community Services has expressed at the meeting with the CHSSC, the community meeting, they talked specifically about interest in a mini market or something like that, right? And so I think there is, I think, you know, the variety of different service providers are all going to have a variety of different needs and interests. And so I am concerned about getting the cart in front of the horse. Because I completely hear wanting to make this as quick as possible, but it sounds like from the assistant town manager that we could, all of this could be in motion in the next few months, which to me that feels worth it to make sure we get the right things for the service providers, especially if there's going to be some larger things and maybe bigger discussions we have to have with with Los Gatos, Saratoga Rec. So I think there's a lot there. And then the other concern I have with the motion is my intention with the 866 was to spend that whole amount of money. I didn't intend to have some of that get set aside. I think we are, at the very, very least 8 or 10 years out from a community center. And so I really think we should try to make this space as functional for the next decade as we can. And that's what I envisioned this money doing. Because I hear not wanting to spend a lot of money on consultants. I totally agree with that. But I think if there are, I think we've all spent time in that space. There are issues that are not just, space configuration issues. There are issues that are the quality of the building and all of that. And I think if we have money left over, that's great. I think we should continue to invest it in that space rather than, I don't know. I think putting $300,000 or whatever away for a project that's 10 years out, to me, doesn't seem like an appropriate use of that money, and it wasn't my intention in supporting the motion originally. So I would say my two concerns with the motion as it's laid out are the cart before the horse and not spending the total money on the space.
I'm not sure who had their hand up first. I'll go with Councilmember Rennie, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Just a quick one on money left over. I think there's some thought about seeding the fundraising for the building, and that could be things like paying for an architect to do renderings of what could be there so donors get excited. So there could be some need for some money to move the fundraising forward. Just thinking, I agree, yeah, let's not put $300,000 that sits somewhere for 10 years, but maybe $100,000 is needed to get the fundraising moving that would be spent soon, not in 10 years.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I agree. I think that the intent of the motion of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission was to not eat up all the money on consultants and designers, but that doesn't mean that that money can't be spent on future ideas, particularly ideas that have already emerged in this process. So I don't think anything in the motion prohibits us from doing what Councilmember Rennie suggested. I'm not seeing that I would need to change anything to accommodate that. And really, I think we need to listen to the Community Health and Senior Services Commission about their desire to get things going in parallel, and that while some of the needs could change, they've already done a pretty good job of identifying service providers. They will continue to do a good job of evaluating service providers. I'm sure they're going to be in the loop on this RFI, and this is what they said we should do. To do it in parallel and to focus on these two physical aspects of the space. By the way, the space for hybrid Zoom meetings with modern equipment, that's not intended for service providers. That's intended for our community, so that our older adults can participate from home in some community activities that are going on in a way that we've seen in some other community centers where you just walk in and it all works and the microphones are there. People aren't fiddling with their laptops in order to get on Zoom, but it's a way to connect the community. So that's really separate. The second one is the space with shared desks. And again, it's pretty general in terms of that. I think if we got into something like a food mart or something like that, that could be very significant capital to put in the refrigeration and things like that. So, but I think that will get sorted out through the RFI process. It'll go, along in parallel, and we can actually say that we've accomplished something with that money in short order if we get moving on it.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, this motion doesn't cover any of the functional upgrades from the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec, or does it? Through the mayor, may I ask the maker of the motion?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my understanding is that that's considered, but there is a significant amount of deferred maintenance on that building. And I don't believe it was the intention to spend this money on deferred maintenance, but to actually create some value for our older adults in a eventual community center. And by the way, it's not only older adults, because some of the service providers like Cassie and others will be serving a broader community, which is what our vision is, along the lines for a community center.
I hear your answer. I'm looking down here, and some of this isn't deferred maintenance in terms of dividing doors, in terms of different kinds of lighting, in terms of putting railings up. So that's fine if we're not addressing that right now. I am concerned that I have a lot of respect for community health and senior service. The fact that they want this to happen in parallel, but I'm hearing our staff saying that some of this work is going to be really important to hear from who's going to be using the space before we do it. I have to say that for the people that are going to implement this, I really value their feedback of how this can be implemented best. I don't want to make a motion, or I don't want to vote for a motion that is either going to not work out well or is going to dictate to staff to do something that goes against their professional experience and advice. And so, I'm feeling more comfortable at least getting a request for information and seeing what that looks like before we move forward with all the other steps, hoping that we can be there in a couple of months.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. So a question of staff, if we said we wanted to do this in parallel, what would that look like from your end?
And I will allow Director Burnham to weigh in if she would like to. I think I'd have to put in some thought into how that would work. What I do see immediately, which is something I mentioned earlier, is I do think we can look into how do we improve the technology in some of these spaces for the community. I do think that's something we can start looking at now, if that is what the council desires. So that could be potentially concurrent. The other space is about the service provider. So I still would think we'd want to know what they're looking for in order to design that space. We could designate a room with LGS Rec, assuming they had such a room available. But again, a lot of this is going to have to do with working with LGS Recreation as well to figure out what will work and what the service providers, where they will be and what kind of services, whether they're confidential, whether they need to be front desk facing, whether they need to be, just kind of depends. So I'm not sure we could just move forward with trying to, LGS Recreation, we've been directed to find a room for service providers. Which one would you like us to use, or can we use, or how do we make that work? We can do that. But again, it likely will need to be iterative.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, so maybe as a friendly amendment to the motion, we can talk about the language. But I think, so what I'm hearing from staff is that some of these things like tech, like identification of the room, can start happening in parallel. But I would want to hold off on design changes to the room until we heard back from service providers about their needs. Would you be interested in accepting that friendly amendment?
Yeah, I would. I'd be trying to figure exactly where to put the words into the existing amendment, but maybe I could try that. The first part of the motion is to restate the CHSC motion that funds be applied to create a space for hybrid Zoom meetings with modern equipment. And number two, a space with shared desks to be used by local service providers, but that design for that space would not be completed until we had the requirements from service providers through the RFI process. The rest of the motion would stand to go forward with the RFI process.
That's great. And sorry, can I ask you to restate the third leg?
The third recommendation was that consultant and designer work expenses should be kept to a minimum, and all additional funds, I think what they meant, not additional, but was remaining funds, should be conserved for developing a future community center.
Okay. Can I ask you, is it okay if I ask a question about, or I can wait?
While you're at it, yes, go ahead. And then I have Councilmember Ristow, and then I'd really like to see if the seconder would like to accept the amendment, but go ahead.
Okay, so one clarifying, so I completely hear and understand the intention of that. As I'm thinking about that, it's sort of sounding like the money gets spent on consultants, and then whatever doesn't get spent on consultants gets put away. I think because it's a motion in writing, giving direction to staff, I think the money should be spent on the design changes, the equipment upgrades, all of that, and anything left over could be saved for other things. But is that your intention? Is that?
Yeah, I think that was the intention, actually, of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. But their advice was keep the consultant and designer expenses to a minimum, and then whatever's left over from achieving the other objectives, put that away for future work on the community health, on the community center.
Okay, and is that the manager's understanding of the motion? I just want to be clear.
It is, but I think we've kind of jumped from consulting and design to having money left over. There's still the implementation, buying the technology, constructing it, installing it. So I have no idea how much that is all going to cost. So I just want to make sure we're realistic about, we may not have money left over. If we do, that's great, and council can certainly decide, consistent with its motions, how to use it. But we're still at the very, very beginning of a process.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I mean, I think this motion is taking shape in something that I could support. I would just prefer that last statement, or that last part, be dropped, because we need to see how much this costs. And then, the money's not going to suddenly disappear, and there can be another time for another motion to decide if there's money left over, where do we spend it, or if it goes to seed money or what, because we might identify another project as part of this that we really want to spend, and I don't want it tied to seed money for a future community center when we're working on this present interim one. So to the maker of the motion, if you keep the first two parts and drop the third part, I can wholeheartedly support this.
I think I can accommodate what you're asking for by making some changes to that second part of the motion and still keep the intent of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. So let me try that as an amendment to my motion. That would be, consultant and designer work expenses should be kept to a minimum, period. All remaining funds after creating these spaces should be conserved for community center development. And it doesn't necessarily be a future community center, but it's certainly not something we're going to go and spend on some other thing, and that was the purpose of putting it into a fund.
Okay, I'm just confused because I thought that 866,000 was already dedicated toward so you're just doubling down on what we've already committed to?
Yeah, just being explicit that when we get to the end of creating these spaces, that if there is any remaining funds, it should remain in the Community Center Development Fund.
Okay, and it's flexible whether it's the interim or the other?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to be careful because I know how very, very specific you are with words and motions.
Okay.
Does the seconder of the motion accept the amendment?
I do accept the amendment, and I like the motion because I also don't want to do everything serially. I'd like to get as much done in parallel as possible, and I think we're getting that message across to staff, but they're also, I'm going to trust them to not do some ridiculous spending that we'll have to back up on. So they'll be, I think they got the message, do it in parallel, but be smart about it.
With that, I am going to call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Nomura?
It's all right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify, though, because I do have 2 bullet point sets in this staff report where I outlined pretty much the CHSSC recommendation verbatim in the background section. And then in the discussion section, we took their recommendation and kind of massaged it to what staff recommends. I want to be clear what you're recommending or what you're directing us to use for the RFI.
Maker of the motion? Or this could be...
I was reading the portion that said what the recommendation was for the RFI. It was an RFP, but we've changed it to RFI. So, do you want to direct me to the text that might be conflicting?
Right. So on page 3 of 5 of this staff memo, in the background section, so at the very top, it says what the CHSSC recommended for the RFP, kind of verbatim almost of their motion. And then if you move down the page under discussion, I authored the report. I outlined that the RFP, or now the RFI, would be open to any nonprofit service providers serving Los Gatos with an emphasis on those addressing basic needs. And then I outlined following criteria, which very closely incorporates what the CHSSC has said with certain modifications.
Yes, it was my intention to direct toward that statement.
Councilmember Ristow.
Yes, we did discuss at the beginning, so I just want to make sure it's incorporated that where we have the extent of the provider's volunteer base, and so we did make those changes, right? Okay, and so that's the criteria that you'll be using?
Correct, volunteer or staffing.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I think we can move on to item number 12. I'm sorry, item number 11, which is the parking program. And I will look to Ms. Burnham for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Joining me tonight via Zoom is Julie Dixon and also Elliot Holt from Dixon Resources Unlimited, if we can bring them over, and also Monica Wren, our Economic Vitality Manager, has endured to also support this item to talk about parking. So we're here tonight to ask that council authorize us or the town manager to execute a new agreement with Dixon to help run the parking program. You may recall we were at council on August 15th of 2023 with a very detailed report and analysis that recommended a number of actions. Council gave us a number of specific directions about making some changes in the olive zone, making some changes in pricing to residential permit fees, making some changes to the employee permit program, and also allocating funding for a limited term parking coordinator position. So staff's been working through those to the extent we can, but are realizing that we're not making the kind of progress we think we should, and we think that council would have wanted us to make when they provided the direction. With changes in staffing that we've had in Parks and Public Works, it's been challenging to move the coordinator position forward. So as an interim measure, we asked Dixon to provide a cost proposal, knowing, recognizing that they wrote our parking roadmap, they know the town well, they know our parking program, they know the concerns about parking downtown and all of everything that we've gone through in the past, 4 to 5 years. The idea being that they can help us fill this gap, get the parking program coordinated, give us the direction we need to implement fully the changes that you directed in August, and help us finalize the parking coordinator position with the advantage of them having specific expertise in that area. And the idea behind the length of time for this agreement was that it would get the program off the ground and get us into the next operating budget cycle. So maybe at this time next year, we're talking about whether, we will have demonstrated some progress on the program, and then we can have a more robust conversation with council about whether we do want to add a position to payroll. And if that position were then to get funded, then Dixon has some time to transition the program. So that was the rationale for how long the agreement is. And with that, any of us are here happy to answer questions.
Questions? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this to us. I think this is really thoughtful and I think it'd be great. The term of the contract goes until December 31st, 2025. Is that the intention of the length of how long we'll be contracting with Dixon on this, or because it sort of seems like that 168 might not get us, through that contract term. Is that just to have it kind of open-ended, or
No, that's a great question and a good catch. We asked them, and if you look at the attachment, that is their proposal. They gave us a proposal for 17 months of service, which I think actually gets them to the end of August of 2025. But we pushed out the end date to allow for billing to get closed out and any of the project financials before the contract expires.
Okay, great. And so then the intention would be hopefully in mid 2025, budget cycle 2025, we actually hire an internal parking coordinator. Maybe.
If that's the will of the council. I mean, that's going to require us talking about funding a position.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Further questions from staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment and look to see if we have any hands on Zoom.
There are no hands on Zoom.
Right, nobody's coming forward with a speaker card, so I'm going to close public comment. Go back to our council members. Councilmember Rennie for comments.
So actually, I want to start by thanking staff. I know some of the other council members were frustrated that the parking program was not moving forward, and so we kind of got pissed off and approved that you hire somebody to make sure it happens. And so I appreciate that you figured out that you're still not moving it forward and that you need to find another solution. This seems like a good solution to me to pull in the experts to actually get it moving forward, and then rethink whether we want to hire the position or not, because I know I voted to add the position to move the darn thing forward. So if we're going to move it forward using Dixon, that solves the reason I voted for adding an additional FTE. So rethinking that later on is a great idea. So I like all parts of this, and I'm willing to make a motion when we're ready.
Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. I want to thank staff because back when we started and, brought Dixon in to do the parking study, it was a deep dive into a lot of different aspects of our parking in terms of how do we deal with time zones, we all agreed that we had a parking problem, and what really bubbled up was we didn't have a space problem, we had an allocation issue, and she had some great suggestions. And given the fact that our town, with our small staff, didn't have anyone with the deep expertise and time to put into this parking program, we had a great roadmap, but implementing that is pretty complicated. And the fact that nobody had full time to give to it and nobody had that expertise, I think, we've kind of gone back and gotten her to give us another boost or a refresh. But I think that to really implement this is going to require somebody with the familiarity she has, the expertise with parking programs in other municipalities. And so I think this is a great step to jump forward. Everything I've seen about the parking is that it's always going to be an ongoing evolution, and it's always going to need attention. If we're going to have employee parking, if we're going to be doing fee adjustments, if we're ever going to consider paid parking, this may be an unending endeavor. But I think to get us on the track of let's get the signage, let's get the wayfinding, let's figure out how we use the license plate readers to figure out where we allocate the employee parking. Let's have oversight so that we're not just continually issuing employee permits, which is enough staff time, but how do we refresh it every 2 months or something to make sure people that aren't working here come off? So I look at all those moving parts and realize that without being able to have hired somebody to do that and not understanding all the scope of what the job will be long term, this is perfect. So I'm super supportive, and I think this will leapfrog us forward. And I have to say, I don't share the sentiment that Councilmember Rennie said. I wasn't pissed. I was just like, oh, this is so good, let's do it. And I know with limited resources we couldn't. So at this point, we've got an expert, we have the funding, and so let's just get going with this.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think there's some very good reasons to hire people with deep expertise to do this, and with a variety of expertise, because some of these are pretty mundane tasks as well. I wanted to understand the budget impact of this. So how does this compare with the alternative of hiring a parking coordinator?
So in August 2023, council allocated up to $200,000 to hire the parking coordinator for a 1-year position. So we're proposing to use $169,000 of that to pay consultant costs.
And yeah, so I guess the question is, for less money, are we actually going further in the services that we're anticipating?
The contract duration is certainly longer than the 12 months we had originally envisioned, yes. It's
Well,
a 17-month agreement.
I'm talking about the objectives.
I think they're consistent. I think it's a consistent objective.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, was that a motion, or did you want to formalize?
I can make a motion out of it if you want me to read through this. So I make a motion that we authorize an expenditure budget decrease adjustment of previously allocated funds in Program 5101 from $200,000 to $168,955. B, authorize a budget transfer of that same amount, $168,955, from the previous allocated funds from Program 501 to the Parking Program Implementation Project CIP number 411-813-024-0242, and then authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with Dixon Resources Unlimited for parking program management in that same amount I keep mentioning as an attachment 1.
Councilmember Ristow?
I'll second the motion.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Item number 12, provide direction regarding the development of a labor negotiations policy similar to the City of Menlo Park as recommended by the Finance Commission. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. With me this evening is our attorney, Lisa Shelbenow. So she's joining us by Zoom to assist with any questions that you may have. As documented in the staff report, the Finance Commission has made a series of recommendations for Town Council consideration pertaining to labor issues. And in particular, they're very interested in the Town Council advancing a policy similar to that of Menlo Park. Menlo Park has a one-page policy that's attached to your staff report that allows for community engagement at the very, very beginning of the labor negotiation process. This item was placed on the work plan for the policy committee in 2023. Given other priorities, it is still on the work plan for 2024. However, the Finance Commission asked that we bring it directly to the council, and hence the reason why it's before you this evening. You have many options as outlined in the staff report. You may direct staff to do further legal research and develop a similar policy as the Menlo Park policy and return directly to Town Council. These options are on page 3 of 4 of your staff report. Secondly, you could ask us to prepare a similar policy, again, with the necessary legal research, and ask the policy committee to consider the draft prior to coming back to council. You could direct this matter immediately to the policy committee and ask for advice. You could also choose not to pursue a policy at this time, or of course you're free to take any other action. As I mentioned before, our employment attorney, Lisa Chauvenel, has great labor negotiation expertise. So if you have any questions about the Menlo Park policy, then she would probably be the best person to answer it. We have not done a lot of benchmarking. We have not invested a lot of staff time or analysis yet because we weren't sure if this was of interest to the council at the same level as our Finance Commission. This concludes staff report, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Estelle.
Thank you. So yeah, a couple of questions. So I read the Menlo Park policy, and it seems like a lot of what's in there is stuff that is just kind of required for all municipalities in terms of disclosures and all of that. But the things that seemed a little bit different to me were the talking about a methodology used to determine competitive pay, and a few other things, and kind of this request to have the public comment on negotiation parameters. And so maybe for Ms. Chauvenel, is this unusual? Is this Menlo Park policy? Is this something you've seen before in terms of other municipalities? Is this just a Menlo Park thing? And then a second question is, do you think this could hurt the negotiations process?
There are policies like this on the books. I haven't seen a policy exactly like this before. I don't know if this policy is still in effect. There are positives and negatives about policies like this. I don't know that a policy like this would impair or hinder or hurt labor negotiations at the town of Los Gatos. From my perspective, we would need to analyze and think about how to roll something like this out if town council is interested in developing a policy for Los Gatos.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Estelle.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Moore started on some of the questions I was thinking. I was looking at the policy being in effect in 2011. So my question was, is Menlo Park still using this? And are there parts, and the other thing you probably we'd have to go more into depth. Are there any parts of this policy, if we wanted to adopt something like this, that would require negotiations with our unions to be able to implement?
It's very possible. In 2018, there was a PERB decision involving the County of Orange that was about their ordinance related to openness in negotiations. And a lot of what we know about our bargaining obligations related to these ordinances about transparency in negotiations comes from that case, which was decided 7 years after this ordinance. So we would have to analyze whatever policy or priorities town council had with what the law currently is related to these issues. And it is complicated. There's not any bright line rules. So we would have to figure out goals of council and then any kind of negotiations or bargaining obligations related to that.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor, because it seems like there's things in here about ground rules being published and things like that. So it almost sounds like, I don't know if we have ground rules with every one of our unions. And so it sounds like just even trying to create something like this would be a negotiation.
That may be the case.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Any further comments, Vice Mayor?
So when the Finance Commission looked at this earlier, I believe it was not only to improve our negotiations, but also to improve the public's visibility into what's going on with things, and and those need to be balanced, right? But it seemed like the recommendation to adopt this would shift the balance from a process now that is frankly very opaque to the public to one that has more visibility for the public. And that's why I thought it would be useful to explore this this policy, and because we do serve the public. So there's certain things in here that say that the public can comment at the beginning of a closed session. Well, of course, that's state law. But the parts that are a little bit different is that it gives the public the opportunity in advance of negotiations for the public to comment, and also to understand a bit more about the process that's being used to evaluate things. So, I think this is an improvement over what we have now, and I think it serves the public interest to move in this direction. But I don't know if we're still doing questions or deliberation or whether we're taking public comment here, but I did have some ideas.
This was questions at this point. I can go ahead and open public comment, but I'm not sure we have anybody that wishes to comment. Are there any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right. I will close public comment, assuming nobody here in the audience wants to speak, and look to the Vice Mayor.
So, so looking at the alternatives that are being offered on this, I don't see a lot of value in going to the policy committee, because I think we would end up having to explain all the same things to the full council, the limitations and the benefits and all of that. And I've long been opposed to having policy committee members having two bites at the apple. So I think that having, this type of thing on the policy committee, I don't think really is beneficial. So those alternatives are not very appealing to me.
Councilmember Ristow.
I think the point that the public could potentially understand the process better, and maybe, even if it gets to the point where before we start negotiations, the public can speak at a council meeting as opposed to a closed session. If that's the biggest change that happens, that might be helpful. I don't know what the limits are of what we can do. I don't like to send staff on an errand of doing a lot of work for little benefit, but I do think that given kind of the public interest and the Finance Commission's interest in labor negotiations, it would be helpful to find out which parts of this policy that Menlo Park has or something similar, how things could be opened up a little more, what access the public could have and input, so that the council can consider that more robustly.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the things we have to think about here is that our bargaining units are definitely going to ask us why and why we're pursuing this, why we're, interested in this. And so I hear the public participation piece. I don't have any opposition to that. But again, I think we already have, if anybody wants to comment on the bargaining, that's they're free to do so. And so I'm a little concerned about making a process that's already complicated and difficult more complicated and difficult. And I don't know that if someone asked me tomorrow from a bargaining unit, why are we doing this? I don't know that I have a good answer. And so I'm not convinced on pursuing this.
Councilmember Estow.
Excuse me. I guess my answer would be that we are making decisions that impact our public, and when we talk about the public services that we want to provide and the value of our employees, I think we also want them to understand how we work with our town employees, how we work with the unions, and what that means for our future budget. So I think the fact that much of labor negotiations are done for good reasons in closed session, if there's an opportunity for the public to at least weigh in before things start and then to get an understanding after we are ready to sign a contract what happened, they would feel at least more engaged and understanding. And I think that's important.
Councilmember Rennie?
When I was on Finance Commission, it seemed like a decent idea to have some kind of report in a regular council meeting. People don't bother to come to our closed sessions. They could come on Zoom, but it's at a different time, and so having some report that gives some idea of what's going on seems like a good idea. To be honest, part of this was Planning Commission member wanting to force that we provide salary surveys to the public. That's actually not in this, and I would say if we create something, we shouldn't put anything in there that's going to hurt our ability to negotiate. When I read the current policy, there was two things that stood out to me if we asked staff to go work on this. One, here it says that we'll engage the services of a labor attorney. I think we currently use a labor attorney, but I don't know, do we always want to use a labor attorney? That's a question in my mind, that if we have a policy that forces us into that, maybe we need to decide, how important it is to always have a labor attorney versus just, a negotiating expert that doesn't happen to have a legal degree. That doesn't sound like it's needed, but, so that's something to think about. The other thing in here I don't like at all, where they talk about recording the individual votes taken and the characterization of the deliberations in closed session. I'm very much opposed to that idea. I don't want my vote given when I can't explain why I voted in a way, and when something's in closed session, we can't talk about it. We can't explain why I voted a certain way. So this idea that you're going to take some votes in closed session and then, it's going to be Rennie voted no or Rennie voted yes and other people voted no, but I can't explain why I voted away. I think that's extremely important for a council member to explain their vote. And so the way this is worded, it's not good at all. Currently, most votes in closed session are really just moving it forward to take the official vote in open session, and that's still going to happen. So I don't like that portion of this at all, and I don't think it's necessary.
So I'm going to weigh in as well. I'm actually in favor of the idea of this, but I actually agree with Councilmember Rennie with the individual votes, and it could be that maybe we want to choose the alternative that we prepare a similar policy and return directly to town council with specific direction to staff regarding the input provided by Councilmember Rennie, maybe omitting the individual votes. I don't know if this would pass muster with the rest of council, but Vice Mayor, go ahead and weigh in.
Yeah, I was thinking along the same lines, Councilmember Rennie and the mayor on this, that I think there's something that we should explore. There's some things that may be off the table, and maybe there's other good ideas as well with the experience of our current attorney that could be added to this. What I don't really want to see is to go off and do some work and bring a policy back. I think it would be better to go off and do some work, exploring similar policy and parameters and bring that back before we try to hash out a policy. So I think it would be, I'd sort of to split that into 2 steps and really only approve the first step now.
So that would be a motion possibly to explore similar policies and return back to town council? I can make that into a motion if you're saying split that?
Yeah, I think there's a few other words in there that are good. If I could maybe, is this your motion?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. So to prepare a similar policy and return to the town council. If so, the council should provide specific direction to staff with respect to the parameters that it would like to see in a Los Gatos policy, and to ensure that these ideas are consistent with current law.
I saw a hand up.
Yeah. I'll second the motion, and then I have a comment.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and comment.
Thank you. So one other thing that I think I don't know if this needs to be included in the motion or not, but I don't think anything that we do here, and I don't think the timing would work out this way anyway, but I think we should be explicit that none of the changes we're talking about will apply to current labor negotiations, because I don't think we want to be seen as switching things up on our, while we're in the middle of negotiations. So I don't know if that needs to be in the motion.
In my mind, I agree that we wouldn't want to do that, and that's why we wouldn't adopt a policy now, but we'd take some input at this time, and then, hopefully those negotiations will be concluded, and then we can make the changes.
Sure.
All right, I don't see any other hands up, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, we are moving on to item number 14, and we have a member waiting very patiently in the audience. I'm sorry.
Okay, not to interrupt. Due to the fact that my residence is within 1,000 feet of this property, I'm required to be recused, so I'll be stepping out of the room for this item. Thank you.
Thank you for the disclosure.
And Mayor, if you'd like a brief staff report, and I think the staff report's fairly self-explanatory. The council met in closed session and the reportable action was to proceed with terminating the lease with our current master tenant. So we are asking for authority to do just that. The staff report documents that there are many, many steps to take before the council will be ready to make a decision about whether to sell or lease, and then if it's either selling or leasing, to whom and under what circumstances. So there's a lot of process. There's definitely a lot of interest, and I'm sure we have one person still on Zoom and a person in the audience who may wish to address the council about this, their interests. But just a reminder that tonight we're only considering the termination of the lease. We're not choosing a new tenant or choosing someone to purchase the property. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. And with that, do I have any questions from council members at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. And now your time has come. Thank you for your patience. And you dressed for the occasion.
Good evening, everybody, and pardon my voice. I think the weather caught up to me up there. I think you all know me. I'm Wayne Heimsoth. I'm a board member of the Veterans Memorial, Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation. And I'm in uniform for two reasons. First, I look a whole lot better in this than my civilian clothes. And two, I wanted to leave here and let you picture the Los Gatos veterans and active service members that live in the town. I am both. I'm a veteran, Vietnam-era veteran, and I'm currently still in the military, California State Guard, and assigned to the Air National Guard unit, and that's why I'm wearing an Air Force uniform. Excuse me. There's people in this town like Ed Stahl of Travel Advisors. It's a company in Los Gatos. He's part of the veterans here. He was part of the invasion of Iwo Jima. So we have some really experienced veterans around. I think you're all quite familiar with our request for the 3 veteran organizations to use the building and possibly call it like the Veterans Center. Also wanted to mention that the messages from the town are very confusing. On November 13th last year, the town manager wrote the town is under contract with a master tenant and the town council is not considering modifications to this agreement. And then in February 12th this year, town manager wrote that the town council directed the termination of the lease for the Fort Tate. I'm just requesting we be more prone to share information. We're getting mixed messages. The Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation will take the lead with the other 3 organizations. We had a lot of it. I got a wonderful write-up in the Los Gatos that I didn't expect. A lot of positive comments and things have come to me. One of them was from the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. I'm sure I'm massacring that. They've already asked that they can use the building if we get it. So there's already other organizations. And remember that the 3 veteran organizations will only use the building 4 times a month. So we'd like to call it the Veterans Center, but obviously it can be used up for all the time for other organizations. We would need a desk area and storage in there, and we have a lot of military items we'd like to throw out and make. I don't want to call it a museum. Who is it? Whoops.
We have a question for you, so you may be able
Sure.
to keep talking. Vice Mayor Hudes?
Well, very specifically, the item that's before us is whether to terminate the lease. Are you in favor of that?
Definitely. Yes, we.
Okay, thank you.
That opened up me coming and thinking that we might be able to get it.
Thank you. All right, do we have any speakers on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. I am going to close public comment and look to my fellow council members for comments, motion. Councilmember Moore.
I think this is pretty straightforward unless anybody has any comments. If not, I will make a motion to authorize the town manager to send a letter to Tate Firehouse LLC to terminate the lease for 4 Tate Avenue.
Vice Mayor?
Second.
Any comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Yeah, thank you. We're now moving on to item number 3, which was pulled from a consent item. And I will look to staff for a report. It had to do with adopting a resolution modifying the DEI Commission enabling resolution. Do we have a report?
Just very quickly, yes, the DEI Commission met in February, reviewed their name, reviewed their resolution, and the only change they are recommending is to allow a little bit more flexibility with the position that requires a Los Gatos business owner and resident. The proposal before you is to change that so it would be a Los Gatos business owner who may or may not reside in the town. This is similar to the nonprofit position and the faith community position. Because most of our commissions are resident members, we needed to just make a very minor edit as well to our commission appointment policies, so that way all of our policies are consistent. So there's just a little bit of a cleanup because the commission appointment policy already acknowledges business owners and employees who may or may not reside in Los Gatos as qualifying for commissions. So we just needed to clean up the language a little bit. We did get public comment after the 11 o'clock deadline, and it's similar to what the council heard last fall about the concern about non-residents being on town commissions. So that's the policy question before you. We do have one application, just so you know. Applications closed yesterday, so we do have someone who is qualified as a Los Gatos business owner and Los Gatos resident. So we did find someone who met the existing resolution. So if you feel like it might be too soon to change this because this is a brand new commission, that's entirely up to you. But this is the recommendation of the commission. Thank you.
Any questions from council members? Vice Mayor.
2 questions. Is this what are the positions on the commission that do not require residency?
So currently, the ones that do not require residency is the Los Gatos business owner or employee who may or may not reside in Los Gatos, the faith leader who runs a faith organization in Los Gatos but may or may not reside in Los Gatos, and then the nonprofit employee who may or may not reside in Los Gatos. So there are currently 3 of the 11 positions.
So this would be a 4th?
This would be the 4th. And I think on the current makeup, we do have two non-residents, if I'm recalling correctly.
And then the other question is, what's the rationale for having non-residents on Los Gatos commissions?
Well, the idea, and this was something we talked about a little bit last fall, was that as we look at the issues around our community that are the people who work here and who worship here may not live here, but they feel very much a part of the community. And so they have ideas for how we can become more inclusive, more diverse, and more equitable. I have to say our faith leader who lives in Saratoga is a tremendous asset. She's just a tremendous leader in Silicon Valley, and we're just very welcome to have her. The employee who is not a resident of Los Gatos is very skilled at participating effectively in the meetings and has a lot of great contributions. So I think we're just really fortunate to be part of a larger community where we have people who care about Los Gatos and want to contribute just as much as our residents do.
Okay. For Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I didn't think of this question until just now, so I apologize, and I don't know if it can be answered. But when the DEI Commission was first proposed, I believe there were 15 positions on there, and the council decided to make it smaller with 11. Do you know what positions we eliminated when we brought it down to 15? And the reason I'm asking is, were any of those non-resident positions, or were any of those unique, not redundant with what we have, and maybe we want to give it a little more time and think about, do we actually want to do a different position or something?
I would have to go back through the legislative history and recreate what the council had done earlier.
Okay, because, I think that recommendation that came forward with 15, when we honed it down, did we eliminate a position that might have been easier to fill? I don't know. Philosophically, when I think about why we would, well, I'll talk about that after we're done with questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'll add a little bit of information, so I don't remember exactly, but some of the ones we eliminated were other commissions. Part of this commission is allowing commissioners from other commissions to be part of it. We eliminated maybe arts, I think we eliminated 2 commissions, and we may have eliminated some of the general Los Gatos members is what I think we eliminated.
Further comments? What I remember is we did this at about midnight, designing from the dais back on, October 3rd or 4th, whatever day we did it. It was pretty late at night. But I had concerns initially with the size of the commission, even though we whittled it down from the 15 to 11. But I must say I'm concerned having 4 of the 11 positions being non-residents. It seems contrary to the goal and the purpose of our town residents serving on commissions. I mean, we would have to change the wording on that. Those are my comments. We look at the commission appointment policy, and it states its purpose is to encourage participation by the town's residents. So are we changing our policy? I'd be concerned about that. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, my concern's a little bit different, that if we really are trying to affect change in diversity, equity, and inclusion, it would seem as though it would be most effective to have more of our residents involved in that change rather than it happening to them. And so I think, we have to watch that balance carefully. I understand the rationale, particularly for the faith leader who, leads a community here, is very much in touch with the issues. The nonprofit, we already have one spot for a business owner or employee, and so I'm concerned about that, and so I interested in hearing other comments on it, but it does seem like it dilutes the purpose of the commission itself.
With that, because this was really a time for questions of council members, and I know council member, if you have a question, because I was going to open for public comment. Can it wait? All right, I'm going to open up for public comment, see if there's any hands on Zoom.
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, I'll close public comment and go right to Councilmember Risto, and thank you, Council Moore, for keeping me on track here.
Thank you. When I think about that we want to encourage our residents to be on our commissions, I understand that, and certainly for commissions where we're trying to make policy for the town, it's important that you live in the community where you're trying to set up the rules or implement, push for policies. When I think about this commission, if we're trying to enhance or affect a change in culture, I think getting voices from people that are part of this community but may not necessarily live here, we did discuss that has some merit. When I think about a business owner in this town, some of the business owners I know, whether they actually sleep in this town and have an address here, do live in our town. They are probably spending more of their daytime and day-to-day interactions with people in this community than many of our residents who might sleep here, might get up in the morning, and then spend their whole day at work somewhere in another community and belong to a club outside of Los Gatos and have friends outside of Los Gatos. All of that is part of what makes our community rich. But I think that when we're talking about residency and when we're talking about how somebody envisions our culture and inclusiveness, I think you can get a lot of information from a business owner who is involved in customer service, sees what people coming through the door, has those kind of incidental conversations. And so to me, it made a ton of sense to have a business owner on this commission. And then the fact that we required them to be a resident, I don't know what percentage of our business owners actually are residents. So if we shrunk the pool really small, and I'm not sure that somebody being a business owner and not a resident is such a huge leap as opposed to just a general member of the public who wanted to be on the commission who doesn't live in Los Gatos. So I do think that that business owner part and the fact that they're here kind of gives a tinge of residential involvement. So that is why I could support this change, although given that we have an applicant that fits the criteria, maybe we do want to hold off. I'm not sure.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Risto just said. I think that our business owners really do have a pulse of the town, and I think that's similar to a faith leader who's interacting all the time with residents from the town. I think one other thing I'll add is that I think much like we want to respect, the recommendations coming from the Planning Commission or the CHSSC, I think we should acknowledge that this is the first ask that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission is asking to the town council. And so we referenced trusting our commission several times on other items this evening. I think this is, the commission evaluated its name, which was a big topic of conversation for us and for them, its charter, all of that. The only thing they're asking is for this one small change that they feel will make their commission better. And so I'm very much supportive of listening to the DEI commission on this, and so I would support this.
Any further comments? Councilmember Rennie?
Have we taken public comment yet?
We did, and
Okay.
I closed it. Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Moore
I'm
helped me.
getting tired. I'm going to make a motion that we not accept this change at this time. Let's let it run a little bit longer, and if we have, trouble filling the spot, let's bring it back. But I think it might be a little bit too early to make the change. So that's my motion.
So I'm going to second that. I also feel it's a little premature, so I'm going to second that. I'm going to look to council members for comments. Councilmember Moore?
And I'm going to vote no, but not in any strong way. I have no hard feelings.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, passes 4-1 with Councilmember Moore opposed. Okay, so we've all been waiting patiently for council matters and town manager matters. We had such a busy agenda, and we had a lot of residents waiting, and hopefully we can get through this before midnight without needing another motion to continue. So I am going to start with Councilmember Ristow.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. On the 21st, well, like the other week, I attended the Live Oak grocery distribution and lunch. So every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I think some other council members have been there on different dates. Live Oak has volunteers that pick up the excess food, which is good, ready for people to use, but the grocery stores have kind of surplus them. And every Monday and Wednesday, Friday, tables full of food arrive. And there's just a room full of seniors there with shopping bags to pick up free food. And it's quite a service that's provided. And then being with the seniors while they're eating lunch was really a wonderful experience. So I encourage anybody to check out that program. On the 27th, Vice Mayor Heret and I participated with the policy committee, and there we discussed commission appointment policy, which we approved in the consent calendar earlier tonight. And We set our work plan for 2024. On the 27th and the 28th, I attended consecutive meetings with the Chamber of Commerce. They had their merchant meeting to talk about what the merchants are looking for in economic vitality moving forward. And the restaurant and wine meeting was the next day, talking about what kind of events they would be looking forward to and how they could keep the benefit of the merchants in mind while they try to have some events that bring people into town. One of the themes that came up was come to Los Gatos instead of through Los Gatos. So trying to cope with beach traffic, it's like, why would you sit on Highway 17 when you could be having a great time in Los Gatos? On the evening of the 29th, I attended the Rinconada Water Treatment Plant Reliability Improvement Project. They had a public outreach meeting for the nearby neighbors, as well as a plant tour. And so I did send a report to the manager that will be shared with the council. And the next morning, I attended a joint venture Silicon Valley State of the Valley address that was basically a whole deep discussion on all of a wealth of information about the state of the valley. It is available online. I would suggest anybody that didn't attend that take a look at it. There's a ton of information. And, you know, when multiple things can be true at once, there's really, really, really great news in the valley. Jobs are up. Employment is great. Businesses are doing well. And homelessness is increasing. Housing prices are growing out of the reach of people, et cetera. So just kind of looking at what are the challenges, what are the upsides, and, you know, with a room full of business leaders and electeds, what do we do with that information? And finally, this Saturday night, I know there were two other council members, our mayor and vice mayor, were also there. I attended the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department Foundation ball for the police department, and it was great to see some of the officers there kind of being able to relax and enjoy the event with their significant others, as well as seeing people come together to raise money to help with some new technology for the police department. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I had originally opened this with this election night. Make sure you vote, but the election has closed. So I had a really great meeting with about the future of transit in the West Valley with Rod Dearden and council members from Campbell, Saratoga, San Jose, and a few other places, and along with some advocates. There was really because of the Lehigh cement plant closing, there's going to be a real opportunity for VTA to potentially purchase those tracks, which could bring rail to the West Valley, which would just be incredible. So I hope that when the time comes, VTA is in position to do that, and I think there will be opportunities for support from this council and councils all around the West Valley to work on bringing trans out here. Super excited about that. I had a really great tour of Jewish Family Services' new facility on University Avenue in Los Gatos, met with their leadership team. It was great. They are such an amazing organization, and I'm really glad that we have them in our community. I had a really good meeting with one of the leaders from CERT, and I'm going to be following up on with a few other meetings in the next couple of weeks about how to improve communications with CERT. Met with the folks from NUMU, met with the president-elect of the chamber, and I had the opportunity to speak at an SJSU class about careers in government, and told them that unfortunately being a council member is not quite a paid career, but there are great ways to get involved in government and politics in all different ways, so really enjoyed that. Yesterday I spoke with the folks from Democracy Tent. The main things we covered were the housing element and the budget. They are very interested and engaged as always. And then tomorrow morning, I will be holding my councilmember community coffee, and I just refreshed the page, and it looks like the slot I was going to say is no longer open, but I'm doing it kind of on a weird day this month, so in next month it'll be back to Fridays. And then one other quick announcement is that I have a new professional job working for our assembly member Gail Pellerin, so really excited to be her senior district representative and kind of do politics and government full time. I don't know what's wrong with me, but enjoy all that.
Right. Before I move on to the Councilmember Rennie next, I think I'm going to make a motion that we go no later than 10 after midnight, just in case we have a lot to say between now and then.
Second.
All right. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Rennie, and then I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
So on 223, I met with Tom Picrow to discuss our senior projects, visions, current vision of what we're doing for seniors, and the progress of the foundation fundraising and some other senior ideas. On March 1st, I tried to attend the Joint Venture Silicon Valley, State of the Valley, virtually, but their video wasn't working, so I ended up having to read the streaming transcript on my phone while I was reading the survey results. Not so fun. That's it.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. On the 22nd of February, I participated in a tour of the Morgan Hill Community Center and learned a great deal about that. That will be pulled together in a report that will be made available to quite a few people in the community of what we're learning from these other community centers. I participated in the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting the same day. And then on the 26th, I met with a group of people, neighbors of the community garden, and learned some additional issues and concerns, but also had a discussion about how the operating plan for that garden is really important, and I understand that staff is doing some research on the operations of community gardens. So that group would look forward very much to learning about what we find there. Then I participated in another tour of the Avenidas Senior Center in Palo Alto. This is one of the ones that started quite some time ago, but has recently done a major physical upgrade and learned a lot about how to raise money and how to sustain programs when the city itself doesn't contribute very much. So the contributions have been at around $500,000 out of a $6.5 million budget and have been flat for years. And they've learned how to provide really excellent services. Then I participated, I was on the joint venture Silicon Valley, and then my video cut out, so I didn't get very much time on that, March 1st. And then on the later that morning, I participated in an event at Live Oak Nutrition, where some funding was found for to continue their lunch program. They had been really not able to serve the full number of people who are showing up for lunch there. And so with the help of Tyler Taylor's organization, we found some money and are going to be pursuing some money from the county to try to turn that program into something really sustainable. And then Police Officers Ball was fantastic. The high point was sitting with Officer Reyes and his wife and getting to know them, and seeing the rest of the community turn out. So that's what I've done.
So on February 28th, I participated in a monthly West Valley Mayor and Manager meeting in Cupertino. The meeting provides opportunity for roundtable discussion between the municipalities of Monte Sereno, Saratoga, Campbell, and Cupertino. And as you can guess, obtaining certification from the HCD was the hot topic. On March 2nd, I also attended the Police Officers Ball. It was held at Testarossa Winery with dinner, live music, and a live and silent auction, and we all had a ball. Town Manager, take over.
Thank you. I have no announcements, but we do need to announce closed session.
Okay.
Briefly announce the town council met in closed session to discuss labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and there's no reportable action.
Okay. Thank you. We made it midnight. We didn't need that motion, so this meeting's adjourned.